Fans, the current event on the track is the men's 10,000-meter run.
So they're already racing. I am honestly not sure. We're just gonna have to fake it because they're running these in simultaneous with the. There's only two of them. If they're going to do that, we will be done by 3 o'clock. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Cook Stadium on the campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. We're part of the Spring Classic here on this beautiful Saturday morning and afternoon. There's one race already underway. We'll talk about that. It is the 10,000 meter. We'll do that in just a couple of moments, and we want to remind you that today's broadcast is being brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment, your local hometown John Deere dealer since 1955. They have 5 central Indiana locations. Reynolds meets all your equipment, parts, and service needs. Boilermaker Local 374, representing skilled workers across Indiana. Discover the Boilermaker advantage with Local 374. Burtner Electric, spark with confidence, your trusted electrician partners since 1986. Wheeler Mission, helping our neighbors in need since 1893, thanks to generous, caring individuals like you. Morales Group Staffing, building better futures one story at a time. Let us help you find your next opportunity. LifeWise Academy. LifeWise Academy brings Bible education to public school students during school hours. Learn more at lifewise.org. LiUNA, the Build America Union, 500,000 strong and fighting for better wages, safer job sites, and greater opportunities. And the IndianaSRN sports page, sports coverage, border to border, coast to coast, your source for high school, college, and pro sports coverage. As we mentioned, a beautiful day already. I know it's kind of cool today. Troy Narangowski along with Chris Schumer. We're ready to get this one underway. In fact, already the 10,000 meter is going as you see. We'll be jumping in a little bit to the shot put activities that are going on as well. Chris, we got a lot of information to cover here in the next couple of hours, and we'll also keep everybody updated on the events that are going on. And when they finally do finish, we'll recap what did happen. But it's a great day because we're finally getting the outdoor season underway. I know it's kind of cold today, but still, it's a good sunny day.
We've got sunshine, we've got blue sky. And, you know, if you're the athletes, you've been waiting for this for a moment. Obviously, they've got the indoor season, a little different, you know, from some sports. But I'm sure that a lot of these athletes have been itching to compete, and they'll get the opportunity to do that today.
And there is a huge difference for anybody that knows about track and field between the indoor and the outdoor. And when I used to run track, I was the jumper. I wasn't the runner. But you get in some of the conditions. Today's fine, no wind, so it's not going to affect anything there. But I generally liked it inside because it was nice and warm.
Well, and then, you know, if you were a field event guy, of course, you were one of the top supporters on the team for the rest of the meet, I'm sure.
Yes, I was. Enjoyed it very much. Let's take a look at the two runners here, and then we'll get more. Again, it's unusual to have just two in the 10,000-meter run, and so it kind of sets up an interesting scenario between the two runners. You only have those two to compete at this stage, and generally you end up with maybe 8 or 9, 10 runners that you're having to deal with. But this early in the race, I'm not sure what to expect here. I'm not even sure how much the familiarity is between these two runners, but you just want to stay within each other and then make that last half a lap a good one to get the win.
Well, one of the interesting things about this, as it's set up right now, is a lot of times when you've got a longer run in place, you see kind of teammates trying to pace off of each other. in this one, there's only 2 of them, so one of them is going to set the pace, and the other one's going to try to stay right behind long enough to be able to make their move at the end of the race.
Let's talk about the teams that are in this. We're specifically, as you know, going to talk more about the Fighting Engineers than anybody else, but what makes this meet interesting is Manchester, part of the HCAC, is here as well, and for the most part, Rose-Hulman, Manchester 1 and 2 in the preseason polls on both the men and the women's side. So they're going to get a really good look at some of the times and distances that they may need to win the championship in Transylvania in just a few weeks.
As well as get to compete against some of these other schools that aren't in the HCAC. So some variety, some familiarity. We'll see what happens.
By the way, the women's javelin is going on right now. The men's long jump is going on right now. The women's long jump and the men's shot put all going on. Right now in the men's shot put, it is Sam Meckling out of Manchester who is the leader at 11.96. And Justin Raymer of also Manchester and Quentin Pearson and Chase Lee, all of Manchester getting their early throws in. But right now it is Sam Meckling leading the way there for Rose-Hulman. Keep an eye on Gabe Landon. And Gabe had gone through 2 throws already, fouled in his first one, went a 7.58 in his second throw. So nothing decided there, but Manchester does have the early lead with the top 5 places in the shot put. And we'll keep you updated. Let's go to the women's long jump as well, because the women's events are going on as we speak. And right now, Renee Kwan is at 2.71 meters as she is a sophomore from Rose-Hulman. They've just gotten underway there. Also want to mention the men's long jump is underway, and right now Gabe Hernandez at a 3.46. He is, of course, out of Manchester. St. Mary of the Woods is here as well. The IU Run Club is here as well. And looks like that is it for the runners and the jumpers in the men's long jump. In the women's javelin throw, right now, Callie Rigala of St. Mary of the Woods at a 34.48, leading Maddie Rees out of Manchester. In fact, quite a distance there at 26.34, and Megan Cordy is in third at 25.10. So really nothing surprising early. We'll keep you updated as we go, as you see the runners continuing here. The preseason polls, Chris, came out earlier, and it looks like after the indoor meet, at least the indoor season we saw, Rose-Hulman certainly has every reason to believe that they could win the HCAC men's title again this year after winning it last year, and the women will be up there as well.
Well, and you see that in a lot of these events. There are a number of competitors from the host institution, Rose-Hulman, in these races, and that just speaks to the readiness of the season. They've got competitors in every event that are ready to go.
By the way, the men's shot put they will throw 4. There are 2 different flights that you're going to be seeing in the live scoring, and you can go to the Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology website. There is a page there for both the men's and the women's results. You can follow those along throughout the entire day as we go. As you see some distance now between the 2 runners in the men's 10,000, and right now Sam Meckling out of Manchester is still leading in the men's shot put. He's about ready to throw his third. We might be able to get a look at that action at some point here this morning, but Sam's still leading at 11.96, and he has quite a distance over Justin Raymer's, about ready to throw his third of the day. By the way, Rose-Hulman, their men's indoor season went extremely well. They also finished in first place in the Early Bird Invitational, which was the first outdoor, and they were very successful. We'll run down some of those in a couple of moments. And as the season goes along here, things are going to get warmer those times, and certainly the jumps and the throws are going to get better when the conditions get better as well, and I'm sure we're all looking forward to that too.
Something else to point out, it looks like we've got 16 laps to go left in this one. We are getting indications from down on the track where we are. As more distance has been put between these 2 runners, we'll see if there's a kick left in the second runner.
Yeah, Imran Tingle is the leader. He is out of Oakland City. Amon Morgan also out of Oakland City, both running as teammates together here for Oakland City in our first long race of the day. And again, we'll keep you updated on that one as we go, and also keep you updated on some of the scheduled events throughout the day. We still have the men's hammer throw that'll be going on today, the women's hammer throw, the women's discus, the men's discus, the men's javelin throw will be going. We're hopefully going to have a live shot of that coming up at some point this morning as well. Both the men and women's pole vault is coming up, the women's high jump, both the men's high jump, and now more in my category, the men's triple jump. I'll be looking forward to that, see what kind of numbers they will put up today, and that includes the women. And then, of course, we mentioned already the shot put, which we'll keep an eye on as well. By the way, you mentioned a little bit ago how the men's track team finished first in the Early Bird Invitational. They ended up getting 7 event wins and 20 top 3 finishes. Andrew Shields had a great meet. He was named the HCAC Sprint Athlete of the Week for his performance. He had claimed an event win in the 400-meter dash. He had a time of 48:19, a second-place finish in the 200-meter dash in a time of 22:20. So we're going to look forward to him running today. That'll be a big one as well. Also, Antoine Cooper, the standout in the throwing events, winning the discus. He had a mark of 47.48, and they placed second in the hammer at 48.63, and he certainly could be a favorite to win those 2 events as well. Colton Nanko won the pole vault. He had a 4.9-meter jump, and then Joe Jansen won the high jump at 1.86 meters, leading the way there for Rose-Hulman. So there's kind of some of the names, at least on the men's side. We'll drop some of the women here in a little bit. I know you're looking forward to seeing some of those athletes compete here today.
Well, and that's one of the interesting things about a track meet, too, is we've got, times in front of us so we know what they're capable of, but that doesn't mean that that's what you run, on the day of the actual meet. You could be better than we expect. You could be worse than we expect. But we do have times in front of us, and that kind of gives you some expectation of how the competitors might finish.
As you see the runners in the 10,000, it is at a 15:14 mark right now. They're a little bit behind where normally they would probably like to be in a meet. They would end up having more runners, but just with the 2, that kind of sets the tone a little bit here today for the 10,000 meet. But right now, it is now even a more distant run here for the second place runner. And again, once they finish up, we'll let you know about that. And by the way, Sam Meckling has fouled on his 3rd throw in the men's shot put. He'll get 1 more here today, but he still leads everyone else. He has an 11.96, and so far he is ahead of Chase Lee. Both those guys out of Manchester at 10.38. So right now, nothing new to report on that. If we can check out a couple of the athletes from Rose-Hulman, Carson Jank had a 9.66 on his 3rd throw. He is currently in the 5th place in the current standing, still with another throw to go. And Gabe Landon is also at 7.58, was his best throw. That came in his 2nd throw. He did have his 7.55 in his 3rd throw. And Jonah Foreman is currently in 10th place at a 7.51. And if we get numbers on the hammer throw, we'll get those too. That doesn't start quite yet. It will soon, but there are going to be 29 different athletes, Chris, that'll compete in that. And right now, it looks like a couple of athletes from the IU Run Club have some pretty big numbers there to kind of fill. When I was looking at the heat sheet coming in, Gabe Wedmore had a 56.40. Evan Gaylor had a 53.08. And the next one close to that this season was Grant Subert, who had a 49.35. So you're talking about a 7-meter distance in the hammer throw, which we'll keep an eye on that coming up as well.
Well, and this concept of the IU Run Club competing in this, that's so interesting too. So they are probably a little bit more self-coached, you would think, maybe a little bit less formal at a much bigger school. So we'll see how that translates to Division III competition.
Well, we want to mention, too, the preseason poll came out earlier. We'll start with the HCAC men's. And, again, all of this coming off the heels of the indoor season, which just completed a couple of weeks ago. And right now, Rose-Hulman, they finished number 1 in the voting. They're the defending champions. They picked up 6 first-place votes. They're followed by Manchester, a team that they're seeing here today, followed by Hanover, Mount St. Joseph, then Franklin, Anderson, Transylvania, Berea, Bluffton, and Earlham. And when you look since the 2021 season, Rose-Hulman and Manchester have alternated as the men's champions, with Rose-Hulman winning in 21 and 23 in last year. So I think it's kind of interesting that you get a team from Manchester to be in your classic here today as maybe your biggest competitor when the championship season rolls around down in Transy.
Yeah, it's probably not an accident. They probably want to see right where they are out the gate in their season. And you need, track and field as much as any sport, you need someone to push you, whether that's a teammate, whether that's an opponent, someone to sort of keep you accountable to your best effort, to where you're trying to go.
Get you updated on the women's javelin, which is underway. They're about ready to begin their 3rd attempt, but right now it is Kaylee Riggle, St. Mary of the Woods, only a sophomore. She is at a 34.48, quite a distance when you think about an 8-meter lead over Maddie Rees out of Manchester, 26.34, and Megan Cordy out of Rose-Hulman in her 3rd throw at 25.90, currently setting in 3rd, and Amelia Thiemann is also in the top 5. She currently is at her best throw at 22.55. She's been very consistent here today, with Janae Bennett of Manchester currently in 5th place at 20.98. And there you get a look at some of the shot putters that are taking part. We mentioned some of those numbers just a little bit ago, and they will be finalizing their throws here very soon. Sam Meckling still at 11.96 as we're back to the men's 10,000 meter. Let's jump over to the women in the preseason poll in the HCAC. Rose-Hulman voted number 1. They picked up 7 first-place votes. Manchester picked up 3 first-place votes, and there's not a whole lot separating those two. You have Rose at 79 points, Manchester 75, Transylvania at 63, and Mount St. Joseph 55 points. And then it kind of drops off there after that with Berea, Franklin, Earlham, Hanover, Anderson, and Bluffton. And we'll get a chance. We'll talk some more about the preseason polls when we get an opportunity here at Cook Stadium. The men's 10,000 will be wrapping up very soon. Imran Tingle is the leader. He is now about a quarter of a lap ahead of the second-place runner, Amon Morgan. They get the early start here today. I don't know about you, and we were kind of joking about running before the meet started. You said you haven't ran your 10,000 meters in over a year.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
And you just said, this race will be wrapping up very soon, and by very soon you mean in 10 laps. So that tells me out the gate that you have a different sense of what very soon is when it comes to running. That must be because you're getting your laps in on a regular basis.
Yeah, I'm getting my laps in. And when I'm thinking about, if you think about a running aspect, it's a different animal. You know that, right? Running is not something anybody really enjoys doing. Do you think so?
There are, you talk to some of these distance runners, and they talk about the runner's high, right?
Yeah.
I've experienced that one time in my life. Like you, I mostly played sports that required running, but that's different than enjoying the running itself.
That's right.
But I did train and run one mini marathon, and during that process, I did experience runs where it was like, oh man, I could run all day, and this feels kind of good. And so I do think there's something about these runners who are doing this every day where, there has to be something about it that you're enjoying, right?
Yeah. Well, I'll clarify my comments about not enjoying running. I think they do enjoy it, but I also know in some instances it can be very grueling.
Oh, and your body is paying for that too.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Update on the latest men's long jump. Gabe Hernandez has right now the only one that has scored. He's out of Manchester. He's at a 3.46 meters. And we'll keep an eye on that score. The women's long jump running simultaneously is Renee Kwan out of Rose-Hulman, just a sophomore, 2.71. And the other event still with the men's shot put. They are now about ready to begin very soon their next round. If they go 4 or they're going to go 3. If not, they only go 3. They will just, it'll be Sam Meckling, the winner there. Once we get to the sprints going, I know you'll be enjoying the sprints here this afternoon. We got some really quality athletes that will be taking part in the sprints in both the men's and the women's side. We'll keep an eye on that once things get started. Track meets are different if you have been involved in them as an athlete. It's hard to, at least it was for me, to sit and either wait for an event, or if you ran your event, and mine was the jumps, is that you have to wait for everybody else to get done. And I know you can be a teammate, you can't be everywhere at the same time, so you got to kind of pick and choose where you're going to go and watch some of the other athletes.
Well, we got these athletes in the middle of the football field, warming up. So the opposite challenge that you're talking about, if you go first and then you got 3 or 4 more hours to watch and to support your teammates, but also, some of these athletes don't go first. And so how do you stay loose? How do you put yourself in position to be ready to run and to compete when it is your turn if it's 2 hours from now?
Well, and the thing is, what I generally did is, at that level, it is only not college, but the high school levels, I go get back on the bus. Now, we didn't have the iPods and we didn't have all those things to occupy our time, so I just tried to stay away from everything as much as I could. Maybe that was the wrong thing to do, but I didn't want to get caught up too much in the emotions of some of the other things, so I just go on the bus and just kind of stayed to myself. And then when I knew my jumps were coming, then I'd take part in it. And then I didn't feel so, I didn't not say obligated or whatever it would be, whatever word you want to use to go watch the other athletes, but I felt maybe I was more into my own mind by then. Does that make any sense?
Well, yeah, sure, because there's a focus issue at stake too when you haven't competed yet. It's the same thing in any sport. How do you get yourself ready for the moment when you have to perform, and especially when there's so many things going on, in a track meet.
By the way, the distance of our leader in the 10,000 meter has been cut down drastically as you take a look at the shot put event that is going on as well. There are 4 events going on simultaneously, and once the shot put is done, we'll hopefully get a chance to get some of the jumps in as well. But you can see, at least we can from our area, that the 10,000 meter may come down and get a little bit closer than what we thought it was going to just moments ago.
Yeah, and this is one of the most exciting things about watching racing of any kind, but especially running, is it's how you finish. It's not how you start, and you want to pace yourself in a way that puts you in position to finish well. And sometimes, you think you're in better shape than you are, and we're seeing an example of that right now.
Well, we have a new leader in the 10,000. Again, both runners out of St. Mary of the Woods, but this was looking at the moment, it was going to be a blowout race. But now it is completely the opposite, and it's going to come, it looks like, down maybe to the last few meters of the 10,000. We'll keep an eye on that as we go as well. Get you updated. Looks like the shot put will continue. We'll let you know about that in a little bit. Again, live scoring on the Rose-Hulman website if you want to check that out as well. We're going to take a quick time out, and we're going to come back, and we'll have more here from the Spring Classic going on at Rose-Hulman here on RHIT.TV.
When I catch myself becoming curious, I notice my peripheral vision attenuating.
There's definitely a thrill.
Definitely keeps me up at night.
I think I'm somebody who, when I'm curious about something, I take immediate action. I'm immediately, like, running.
Curiosity for me, if I had to describe it in terms of a physical sensation, it would definitely be an itch. Like, I have to scratch that until that sensation is gone.
It is definitely just an itch I can't scratch until I figure out what's going on, figure out what is at the bottom of everything.
What initially drew me in is, as a kid, you're like, yes, up is black at night. So I think that was really appealing to me, knowing that there was some hidden magic behind this veil of darkness. I do really like space. Space is one of my favorite things, just in general, all of space. 10 out of 10.
The kind of brain that thrives is a curious mind.
Curiosity is such an important part of the academic endeavor.
And without curiosity, we wouldn't have the society we have today.
You don't explore the unknown if you're not curious.
So students that really do have that curiosity, we love to get them into the lab, out of the regular classroom, because a lot of our students are tinkerers. They come in, they want to tinker, they want to play around with things, take things apart, and figure out how they work.
Right. Someone who understands, because I'm teaching robotics this quarter, that I'm never going to just give you the answer. I will give you the goal, I will give you hints, and I will give you breadcrumbs. But if you get there yourself, you learn something. College, most importantly, teaches you how to learn.
And that is one of the most rewarding things as an instructor, is seeing that aha moment in your students' eyes. I live for that. I teach for that.
I mean, you can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage.
Back once again here at Cook Stadium as the 10,000-meter run on the men's side down to their final couple of laps. I just heard the St. Mary of the Woods coach tell his runners as they were going by, if it were easy, everybody would do it. So they also know this is the most grueling part of this race. Is that how you finish? Chris talked about that a little bit ago. Chris, hopefully we'll be able to get a chance to talk to the winner of this 10,000-meter race here in just a few moments. Imran Tingle had the lead for the longest time. And then Amon Morgan passed him up about 3 laps ago. Now, they've been running pretty close since then. But once we get down to that final lap, you'll hear the bell for the final lap, and then we'll see who has the best kick to win the 10,000 meter here today. And yeah, there are only 2 runners, but sometimes that can be just as bad when your teammates, and we were talking off the air, you really don't have a whole lot of mystery between the 2 guys. They probably train together. They know exactly what each can do, not only from the finish, but also from the start of the race. The middle of the race can be so important. So we'll see how these 2 guys will finish once they get down to the bell lap, which will be coming up. Let me get you updated. The latest we have in the javelin right now, Callie Riggle out of St. Mary of the Woods, the sophomore, her first throw was her best throw at 34.48. She now has a big lead, an 8-meter lead over Maddie Rees, the senior out of Manchester. And Megan Cordy out of Rose-Hulman had a 25.90. And so right now it is Riggles to win here this afternoon. And we'll get you updated on that once that becomes a final. We're still in the long jump. Gabe Hernandez, the only one to jump so far, a 3.46. And we'll keep you updated there as well. The women's long jump, Quan out of Rose-Hulman at a 2.71. And the men's shot put, as it looks like they may be finished here today. We'll get you updated once they do finish, as Sam Meckling still at 11.96 leading the way. So you hear the bell lap. Now we'll see Who has the kick here will be Tingle or Morgan. Again, both athletes out of Oakland City. And it looks like right now Tingle has run out of gas in this one as the distance between Morgan and Tingle gets larger and larger as they head down the backstretch. And it was quite a lead a little bit ago for Tingle. It looked like he was going to dominate the race, but right now it is all Morgan out of Oakland City. It looks like he's going to win this here today. I love hearing the coach for St. Mary of the Woods encouraging not only his lead runner, but Tingle to maybe make a last kick here in this 10,000 meter, and it has been a grueling race. It's a cool day, though the sun is shining. It is still temperatures in the 40s, but for most runners, that's not a bad thing. They rather have it cooler than warmer. As you see right there, Amon Morgan making his way to the finish line, and it will be Morgan and Tingle finishing 1 and 2, and there you have it, a 35-33-6 on the board for Morgan. Tingle finished at 35-39-6-1, so quite a race for Amon Morgan. As we mentioned, he fell behind early, but then he really made a great kick about halfway through the race, and it looked like he was down and out about a quarter of the way down and out at that point, and then he made a run, and I think it was kind of a quiet run where he just surprised everybody, and all of a sudden you could see the distance shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and he picked up the win. And I know Chris is downstairs. Let's see if we can go to Chris. I know he wants Morgan to get himself a little bit of a breather, but let's go down to Chris, and he'll have the winner of the 10,000 meter. We'll check back in with Chris in a couple of moments as he had some technical issues downstairs, and we will again update you if he gets an opportunity in just a few moments. We're Cook Stadium here at Rose-Hulman. Great to have you with us for today's opener at home for both the men and women here at Rose-Hulman. As we alluded to a little bit ago, both these teams are expected to have a great outdoor season, and for the men, they've already started out with that first place finish at the Early Bird Invitational. In fact, they ended up winning 7 events, had 20 top 3 finishes, and we're going to see more of that here today as they're looking forward to not only competing in the field events but also in the running events here today. Andrew Shields had a big day, as we mentioned. He was named the HCAC Sprint Athlete of the Week for what he did at the Early Bird Invitational, and we're looking forward to seeing him. We didn't get a chance to talk about some of the other athletes we're going to see here today, including on the women's side, who got their season started with a 3rd place finish also at the Early Bird Invitational. Rose Talbert was named the HCAC Sprint and Hurdles Athlete of the Meet for her performance. And Talbert broke the school record in the 400-meter hurdles with a first-place time at 1:02.80. And Talbert teamed up with Emma Johns, Ileana Hernandez, and Alex Adams to break the school record in the 4x100-meter relay with a time of 4:09.07. Brianna Biddle led the distance team with 2 events, winning the 800-meter run and the 1,500-meter run. Carolina Snyder-Perez was the top thrower for the Fighting Engineers with event wins in the discus and the hammer throw. Her discus throw was at 37.38 and the hammer throw at 41.57. So congratulations to their third-place finish, and they'll look forward to perhaps picking up a win here today as you continue to see action at the shot put. Latest numbers we have on the men's shot put. We'll get you updated if there's any further throws to tell you about. And it looks like, at least at this stage, it does not appear to be the case. And I believe oh, I hear somebody. I do hear Chris downstairs.
Can you hear me, Troy?
I do hear you, yes.
Okay, all right. Hopefully we're in better shape now. Sorry about that.
That's okay. We can always recap what he just said a little bit ago.
Here's what I learned from our first winner of the day. He's never run that race before.
No kidding. Wow. To run a 10,000 and you've never run it before. Well, congratulations. You need to.
And the only thing he ate this morning was a bite of a Pop-Tart.
Well, you need to, maybe you got to grab him again and ask him what the secret is, because I'd be freaked out if they said, hey, by the way, Troy, you're running the 10,000 meter.
You are.
Now, we'll get back to Chris in a couple of moments. By the way, let's get the latest on the shot put as Evan Gaylor out of the IU Run Club, a 14.62. Antoine Cooper out of Rose-Hulman, a 14.08. So he's just off the mark by just less, in fact, less than a meter. Eli Cox, St. Mary of the Woods at 13.30, and Wyatt Dickey, 11.96. And Eli Cox is about ready to make another throw in the men's shot put. Looks like any update. It doesn't look like we have an update on the women's high jump there. Looks like that's about ready to start. Nothing on the long jump. Here we go. Kwan still at 2.71. We're following along on the live scoring as they are coming in here today. Gabe Hernandez still the leader in the men's long jump at 3.46. And it looks like that is all the updates we have. They did have a call out, I believe, just moments ago for the men's long jump. And so we'll keep you updated on that once that does come across. You take a look right there. That is the men's shot put. Been a very competitive day for the men in the shot put here as we get into the afternoon hours here very closely. But somebody's going to have to. Right now it's Gaylor and Cooper, the top two. We mentioned Gaylor and Cooper's throws a little bit ago, and they're the two guys to beat. Eli Cox out of St. Mary of the Woods still has an opportunity. His best throw at 13.3. But as you, again, get a look at the athletes that are warming up, a lot of the athletes are warming up on the football field itself, getting ready to jump, and most of them still have their sweats on and will, because the temperature today, if we're lucky, might get to 50. So it's a cool day. And for a lot of athletes, they don't mind that cool day. They love it a lot better than when it's very, very hot. And then it can be a rather rough one for the student athletes here this afternoon. I know Chris is going to be roaming around downstairs, and we'll keep an eye on that. Let me go ahead and jump to the heat sheet and what we're expecting as we look ahead to some of the other events that we'll be looking forward to. In the men's pole vault, Jonah Miller has the best seed mark, or one of the best seed marks, along with Carter Wheating, another guy to watch for Manchester. There are several men for the Rose-Hulman team, including Renner Barnes. Barnes might be one of the better ones, along with Quinn Johnson, Colin Welsh, and Colton Nanko. That's going to be a fun one to watch because those four athletes are really within a meter of each other, especially when you talk about Nanko and Welsh and Quinn Johnson. We're talking about a 4.9 for Nanko. Welch is at 4.1 and Quinn Johnson at 4.0. So those three are probably the favorites going into the pole vault. On the women's high jump, Megan Cordy out of Rose-Hulman, Jocelyn Young out of St. Mary of the Woods, and Audrey Edwards of Rose-Hulman will be the three in the women's high jump. Only 3 entries in the women's high jump today, but right now it'll probably come down between Audrey Edwards and Jocelyn Young, though Cordy really can make a mark here today by picking up a win. In the men's high jump, keep an eye on Joe Jansen of Rose-Hulman. He has a seed mark at 188, and right now that's a little bit better than Abbott Church of St. Mary of the Woods at 185, and Benjamin Olenek of Rose-Hulman at 183. Ethan Parsons not far back at 180, and then, of course, Frank Moody out of Manchester at 175. So the men's high jump will be very competitive today as well. The triple jump,
This is the third and final
as you
call.
hear the third and final call coming up as well for the men's high jump. In the men's triple jump today, James Connis of Rose-Hulman at a 1384 will be the leader in going in with the seed mark. Chris Renee of Manchester at 360, and then it'll be Bryce Chen of Rose-Hulman at 1324. Those are the three to watch today that are the favorites according to the seed mark going in. The women's triple jump, all Rose-Hulman, and it'll be Abigail Drum at a 961. She'll be competing against Allie Smith at 936, and then we'll see who else will be in a part of that. There are 4 other jumpers that'll be a part of the women's triple jump that we'll keep an eye on today once they get started. We already mentioned the men's shot put, and right now we're still looking at, looks like we may have a new leader as Jeremiah Smith has now taken over Evan Gaylor. Jeremiah Smith, the junior from St. Mary of the Woods, who fouled on his first throw, now at a 15-20. And he is just a hair ahead of Evan Gaylor at 15-19. So that shows you how close they are. Antoine Cooper is at 14:08, and Tristan Beskin is at 13:39. So right now it's between Jeremiah Smith and Evan Gaylor. Gaylor out of the Indiana Run Club, and Jeremiah Smith from St. Mary of the Woods. So a little bit of a change in the men's shot put, and we had some live shots of that just a couple of moments ago. If we have more information, and we can go back there in just a little bit as well. Update on the javelin. Looks like right now Riggle ended up fouling on her 4th attempt, but she still has the lead with her first throw of the day. In fact, that was the best of anybody by far at 34.48. Her second throw was at 31.46, and her third throw at 32.69. All of those throws are better than anybody else. But right now, Riggle leads the way. And her final, or in fact, her 5th throw was at 32.69. And Megan Cordy was at 28.50. So right now it looks like Riggle's going to win the javelin here today with that first throw of the day, her best throw right out of the gate. Nothing new on the men's long jump and the women's long jump as well. We're now underway. Quan, as we mentioned, had fouled on her first attempt. And looks like it may be Alex Adams set to jump here as well. We will wait for the women's high jump to get started, and we're about ready to wrap things up very soon as Antoine Cooper about ready to throw for the third time today in the men's shot put. We had gone through the heat sheet through the men's triple jump. We'll keep an eye when the time comes on the women's 100-meter hurdles, and right now it looks like Irene Lima Medero is the favorite. Her seed time at 17:33. Evelyn Morales of St. Mary of the Woods about 2 seconds off that time. So right now it looks like Rose-Hulman may be the favorite in that event. The men's 400-meter dash, there will be two sections to watch. The first section, the best time of the runners there will be Kenneth Redd of Manchester at 48.09, certainly the favorite there. In the second of the two races we'll see, the best time in the second one is Luke Robertson of Rose-Hulman at 55.26. So right now the leader in that one would be the favorite. As we mentioned, it'll be Kenneth Redd. We'll look forward to watching him run here today. The women's 400-meter dash, Rose Talbert right now is having a good season here in the outdoors early as we are. Rose at a 54.62. And so right now, if any of the numbers that we're seeing going into the 400-meter dash, Rose Talbert certainly will be the favorite. In fact, she at this stage would have about a 7-second lead over anybody else in the seed times going into that race. The men's 100-meter dash could be a fun one today because they're very, very good runners, but Gentry Oliver at a 10.84 is the favorite. He, along with his teammate Levi Campbell at 11.10, and then Nico Tornay Sanchez out of Oakland City at 11.05. For the Fighting Engineers, Pace Morrell, his best time at 11.12. So that could be a very interesting race coming up later on today. There'll be 4 different finals to be run in the 100-meter dash. The women's 100-meter dash will be very close as well. There's not a whole lot of separation time from any of the runners that are listed in the heat sheet here for today. And we will have this race ready to go, and we are underway in the 3,000-meter steeplechase. This is always a fun race to watch. If you're not familiar with the steeplechase, at some point they will go through the steeple, and that will be always fun because you never know what's going to happen once they get there. Now, these guys train for this year-round, getting ready for this race. Let's get you updated on who we see so far here today. Kevin Grady, his seed time at 10:18.47. Sawyer Richter also, again, by the way, Grady out of Rose-Hulman. Sawyer Richter also out of Rose-Hulman at 10:19.46. Thomas Martin from Rose-Hulman at a 10:55. Eli Mays, his seed time at 11:09.72 from Oakland City. And then Turner Case from the Indiana Run Club at a 12:30. And we want to remind you that the live stats on all of our events are on the Rose-Hulman website. So right now, Jonah Miller has the early lead as they times coming in here at 40.07. It is a 8-lap race in the 3,000 meter. Times are now coming in, and they'll continue to come in as we continue.
Is the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase.
Got an update on this. It'll be Sawyer Richter, his first lap at 40.07. Jonah Miller was at 46. just past 46. Kevin Grady was at 49.1 in his second, in the second timing that we had come up, with Eli Mays out of Oakland City at 4.179. But right now, this is becoming like what we saw in the 10,000 meter. Richter is dominating this race early. And there is the first opportunity to do the steeple jump, which can be a hazard for a lot of runners coming across there. And you can see that if you don't time that about right, you find yourself stumbling in the water. Of course, you have another steeple on the other side. It doesn't have water to deal with, and then you have a steeple also at the finish line. So there are three different places where you really have to be very, very disciplined in what you're doing. But when you hit that water, it can be really tough. I think Chris is downstairs. I'm not sure where he is. He might have a closer look for us and what we're seeing so far in the 3,000-meter steeplechase. And maybe not. And we'll try to catch up with him as soon as we get an opportunity and see if he has a little bit of a closer look, as Sawyer Richter now has a sizable lead over everyone else here in the 3,000-meter steeplechase. Kevin Grady out of Rose-Hulman, as we have 5 laps to go, he is currently second. As Richter now approaching the water, and he makes a clean jump there. Very, very soon it'll be Richter opening up about a quarter of a lead as you get a look at the other runners behind him. Thomas Martin in third place.
Athletes, this is the first call for the men's.
Eli Mays currently is in fourth, and again, Jonah Miller is in fifth place, with Turner Case is currently running in sixth place. But Sawyer Richter so far has had a 1:55 in his first lap. Of course, the numbers go down a little bit once you get out of the gate. He had a 3:15 through lap 3 and a 4:37.32 through lap 4. We are down to 4 now in the 3,000-meter steeplechase. Most of the runners have made the water at this stage with not very many problems. As you can see, a couple of the runners kind of slowing down a little bit. Richter continues to lead the way. And everybody able to clear the water once again. You can hear the coaches, and I love hearing the coaches giving encouragement to their student athletes, because this can be very tough as well, as we are down to 3 laps to go, and looks like we will have a change on our numbers. Grady now, followed by Eli May. Sawyer Richter is currently now in third, so we've had a change there. While we watch the 3,000-meter steeplechase, let's go and we'll go back to some of the events, the field events that are going on as well. Update in the women's javelin throw. Riggle of St. Mary of the Woods still leading the way with a throw of 34.48. And we mentioned that is a comfortable lead in the women's javelin. The men's long jump, Hernandez still at 3.46. Women's high jump now underway as well. We'll get you updated on that in a little bit. The men's shot put, and Jeremiah Smith topped his second throw. Jeremiah Smith, St. Mary of the Woods, has topped his last three throws. He fouled on the first, and then he had a 15-2 in his second, a 15-4 in his third, and then a 15-7-4 in his fourth throw. So he is actually, every time he's come up after that foul, has done an exceptional job, and he still leads Evan Gaylor of the IU Run Club at 15-2. So things have changed a little bit. Again, in the men's shot put, it's going to be tough to beat Jeremiah Smith there, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. Currently, the men's 3,000-meter steeplechase, we're down to the last couple of laps in this one, as they have really spread out between all of the runners in this one. And right now it is being led by Kevin Grady of Rose-Hulman, Eli Mays of Oakland City running number 2. All of the runners have actually done really well at the water. A couple have stumbled early, but since then they've all done a pretty good job. This is a grueling race, too. We talked about the 10,000-meter moments ago, but think about having to not only run the 3,000 meters, but you have the steeple that you have to clear in 3 different occasions. And there you have the bell lap, and we're ready to announce a winner in less than 1 lap in our men's 3,000-meter steeplechase.
Athletes, this is the second call for the men's and women's 4x100-meter relay. Again, the second
you hear the call coming up for the
100-meter
relay coming up. Those events are always fun to watch as well. So much can go right and so much can go wrong in any of the relays that you can see, so that'll be fun to watch. It's still early in the outdoor season. Things can change and will before the HCAC Championships, which will be coming up very quickly, and it'll be here before you know it. Thomas Martin, Rose-Hulman at a 9:28.1. He is the winner. Kevin Grady at a 9:33.56. Finishing in second place after Sawyer Richter got off to a great start. He currently is sitting in 5th place. We'll keep an eye on that number. Got off to a fast start, but really faded after that quick start. See where Eli Mays out of Oakland City will finish here. But right now, the winner of the 3,000-meter steeplechase, Thomas Martin. An impressive middle to the end of the race. Richter finishes at 10:14.53. Eli Mays and Jonah Miller are the last 2 runners that we don't have a time on at the moment. We just saw Mays cross the finish line at 10:31.05. Thomas Martin, 10:44.93 for Rose-Hulman, just a freshman. Kevin Grady at a 10:56.19. And then Jonah Miller will be the last to finish out of Manchester. There he is right there, just a freshman. Getting really good experience here today. And let's see what Jonah Miller's final number will be, as he will finish at 11:19.25. So again, Richter at 10:14.53. Then Eli Mays at 10:31.05. Thomas Martin at 10:44.93. Kevin Grady at 10:56.19. And Jonah Miller at 11:19.25. So congratulations to Sawyer Richter. It looks like we have one last finisher here. Richter was our laxer. Thomas Martin and Richter still haven't gotten lap 7 done yet in our live scoring, so we'll wait for them to come across. We talked about Richter early, got off to a good start, but he has not crossed yet. And we mentioned Thomas Martin as well. So right now, according to this, we're keeping an eye on the finish, and then we'll give you the official numbers once they come across. Let me go back, if I can, here to the field events and get you updated on some of the things that are happening. Still with the javelin throw, Callie Riggle of St. Mary of the Woods at a 34-48 still has a huge lead there, so it doesn't appear she'll be giving up that win today. Nothing new on the men's long jump, women's long jump as well. Let's get you updated there. Coco Truelove out of Manchester on her first jump at 5.01. She now leads Ainsley Coffey. Coffey at 4.95 is currently in second. J.C. Stone of St. Mary of the Woods has jumped 3 times, and right now her best jump is at 4.92, and that currently puts her in third place. Alex Adams of Rose-Hulman right behind Stone. Adams with a 4.91. We mentioned Stone at 4.92. Gage Cookman, after fouling on her first 2, is at 4.62. Ella Schultz out of Rose-Hulman at 4.33. And Deanna Blakely out of Manchester at 3.59. Those are the numbers we have in, again, for the women's long jump. And it looks like Truelove may go on for the win there, and once we get final on that, we'll let you know. Women's high jump so far.
Athletes, this is the
See if we have any numbers on that. We don't have anything to report there as of yet.
Final call for the men's and women's 4x100 meter relay. Please report to the starting line.
See if they have the final numbers on we don't yet on the steeplechase. Yeah, once we do, and looks like we may have finished. I'm waiting to see if there's any further numbers here. Richter at a 10:14:53. They didn't. Here we go. Richter 10:14:53. Eli Mays at 10:31:05. Thomas Martin at 10:44:93. Kevin Grady at 10:56:19. And Jonah Miller at 11:19:25. So again, Richter at a 10:14:53 picking up the win there. So that race is in the books. We will have the women's 4x100 meter relay coming up with Manchester, St. Mary of the Woods, Rose-Hulman in Manchester in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that'll be coming up here in just a couple of moments. Want to see if Chris is downstairs, if we can, to see if maybe we do have our winner of the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Chris, are you there, sir? I don't think he is quite ready. Do not see him if he's still trying to run down the winner here. We'll try to get that up to you as quickly as we can. Update you on the latest shot put. I think they've gone through most of their throws here today. We mentioned a little bit ago that Jeremiah Smith, in fact, he'd gotten better all day long. After fouling on his first shot, he ends up going 15:20, 15:44, 15:74, and 16:08. And he just got better as the day went along. Evan Gaylor of the IU Run Club at 15:20, still quite off the mark of what Jeremiah Smith was able to do today. Antoine Cooper had a kind of a rough day, couple of fouls in there, but he still threw a 14:16 in third place. Tristan Benskin Now, the St. Mary of the Woods ended up with a 14, so they were very close. But, again, it was Jeremiah Smith who kind of dominated things early. Here is you see the not only triple jump at the long jump pit, and you'll get a look at some of the student athletes that are taking part there as well. And this on the men's side in the long jump. We only had one jump so far listed in our live scoring, and that came from Gabe Hernandez, and we haven't seen anything since then. So perhaps we'll get an update on the jumps that are going on as we speak. No update either yet on the latest javelin, but it looks like Riggle had a better throw. In fact, her fifth throw tied her third throw at 32.69. So Riggle has had a great day, and to come back after a foul on her fourth throw to actually turn around and match her third. So she's been really very consistent around 32, just below and a little bit above. So she still leads the way in the javelin throw here this afternoon. Women's high jump, if we have any numbers on that. We don't have any numbers at the moment. We mentioned the shot put. No more updates there. Looks like you're updated on everything that is going on. We are still awaiting. Chris Schumerth is downstairs, and hopefully get a chance to talk with the steeplechase winner of just moments ago. It just finished within the last 5 minutes or so. And the unofficial, as we mentioned, Sawyer Richter at 10:14:53 getting the win there. Tell you what, we're going to take a quick timeout. We'll come back as you take a look at the men's long jump. Once we get some official numbers there, we'll pass those along. They're not coming in quite as fast as we anticipated that they would, but it looks like so far, just before we take this break, the men's long jump still only has one in the book. The last mark we had was at 3.46 meters by Gabe Hernandez of Manchester. We will come back as we continue our coverage here this afternoon as the outdoor season is underway. Thanks for being with us here on RHIT.TV.
A lot of times when you come to Rose, students will say the work is hard. And it is.
There's rumors about the difficulties of Rose-Hulman. I would say they're on par for the most part.
But 9 times out of 10, at the end, the student's going to end with that statement, but it's worth it, or I really enjoy it. And I think that's really the key part. Like, if you really like doing something, it's going to be a lot of work.
So the commonality is just the love for science and math. Mathematics is really the basis of all science and engineering. It's the language that we use.
We need to make sure that they have that backbone in order to succeed as future scientists and engineers.
We collaborate as faculty, and they see how one class
Back here once again at Cook Stadium on the campus of Rose-Hulman, and we're part of the Fighting Engineers Spring Classic. The women's 4x100 meter
Fans, our next event on the track
just run moments ago. Manchester winning the race at a 53-1. Rose-Hulman at 51.72 and Manchester at 53.94. St. Mary of the Woods disqualified. I didn't hear what the reasoning behind that was, but St. Mary of the Woods disqualified in the 4 by 100 meter run. So that is the second of the races we have had completed today. We also had moments ago the men's 3,000 meter. Mention again Sawyer Richter winning that. So we're going to continue to go through more of these races probably pretty quickly here today. Let me get you updated again if we have anything on the latest men's javelin, which just got underway. Luke Davis of Manchester, a 33-39. He has a slim lead over Lane Milner out of St. Mary of the Woods at 32-31. Ethan Crane fouled on his first throw. Jonah Foreman out of Manchester fouled on his first throw.
3,000 meter steeplechase. Again, the first call for the women's 3,000.
We're going to have the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. It'll be coming up here just momentarily. See if we have any other throwers here. Alexander Moeller of Rose-Hulman is currently sitting in third place in the men's javelin. He only had a throw of 18.23. So Moeller has some work to do there. We'll see Daniel Taylor, Rose-Hulman, throwing here very soon. And looks like he'll be the last one from Rose-Hulman they'll be throwing. We'll get you back to the men's javelin coming up in just a few minutes. The men's 4x100 relay is ready to go. St. Mary of the Woods will be in lane 2. Manchester will have an A team in lane 3. They'll have a B team in lane 4, and Rose-Hulman will be in lane 6. By the way, Manchester will have a C team. It will not be scored here today, but they will have 3 teams in the men's 4x100 relay. We will let you watch it here in a couple of moments. By the way, we will have some information eventually from Chris downstairs and try to pass that along to you as it becomes available. So make sure you stay tuned for that as well.
And Exchange Zone 3 is ready. Starter, the race is yours.
Okay, we're ready to go. For the Fighting Engineer fans, again, Rose-Hulman will be in lane 6. And we will let you watch this as it happens and keep an eye on, again, lane 6. This is going to be fun simply from the standpoint as you have Manchester and Rose-Hulman in the sprint events are going to be maybe the top 2, if not very clear the top 2 teams in the HCAC when the championships come up again down in Transylvania. So a clean start for all 5 teams racing here. And you see a good start by Rose-Hulman, but Manchester quickly coming up in lane 3. Good exchange at the turn. We'll have one more handoff and then the big sprint toward the finish line, and then we'll have the final numbers coming up. And looks like it's going to be Rose-Hulman and Manchester at 1 and 2. And I do believe St. Mary of the Woods will be disqualified as they could not get the exchange from their third to the leg runner there. So St. Mary of the Woods not only disqualified on the women's side, they're disqualified on the men's side as well. Rose-Hulman at a 44.51. Manchester at a 45.13. That was the Manchester B. St. Mary of the Woods, and we're going to get to the women's relay here in a moment. Chris will have that for us, and let's go to it right now, in fact.
So Chris Schumerth here with our anchor for the Manchester winning 4x1 team, and I'm with Coco Truelove. And how was that for you?
It was great. I think the weather today isn't what I expected, but it's a beautiful day.
Next
Good time PR actually, so I thank God for that.
What weather did you expect, and how does this weather impact sprinting?
I think I was expecting more of a little bit colder, but today was a good day. So I thought it was going to be a lot colder and more wind, but it's a perfect weather, I think. So sorry about it.
Don't be sorry. What do you and your teammates hope to accomplish this season?
We hope to accomplish maybe a conference title. So I think we have a lot of talent in the team this year. So I think we can do it.
Well, good luck and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, congratulations there. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that very much. The men's 4x100 final numbers. Again, Rose-Hulman, we only had two finishers here. Rose-Hulman at 44.51. Manchester, this is the B Manchester, 45.13. St. Mary the Woods and Manchester A both were disqualified. And again, with the Manchester C, there was no scoring there. So congratulations to the Rose-Hulman men's 4x100 as you continue to take a look at the now women's long jump. The steeplechase coming up now for the women. We'll have three runners. Summer Kite out of Rose-Hulman, Jackie Shackelford of Manchester, and Malia Piskel from Rose-Hulman. So that's coming up here in just a moment. You'll hear the start of that in just a little bit. We want to send it back to Chris, who has the winner of the men's 4x100.
So I'm down here with Pace Morrell, who's the anchor for the winning Rose-Hulman 4x1 team. Pace, how'd that go?
We've been working on our handoffs all week because it's our first time running it. The handoffs went super smoothly, and everybody else absolutely did their job. They gave me the baton in the first place, so I just had to take it home.
And how's this weather for a track meet?
Well, a lot of people were complaining, but I'm from Wisconsin, so I preferred this to the 85 degrees it was last week. That's what I'm used to.
And what are your team's ambitions for the season?
Obviously we won indoor conference, we want to win outdoor conference, both men's and women's. So repeat that success, and hopefully our 4x1 can win conference as well.
Well, congratulations today, and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. We'll keep you updated. Chris will be down there throughout the entire day and keeping you updated as we are underway now in the women's 3,000-meter steeplechase, and with only three runners taking part here. And we mentioned two of those from Rose-Hulman. We'll keep an eye on that as we go, and you will as well there at home, so make sure you stay tuned to that. Let's get you updated once again on some of the other events that are happening. There's a lot of things going on simultaneously, and we want to keep you updated. The men's javelin, we mentioned it is underway now. Eli Cox of St. Mary the Woods at a 41.03. 134 feet 7 inches if you're looking for the inches and feet on the throw. Shane Hagan at 40.67, not too far off the mark from Eli Cox. Kenley Raymond of Oakland City at 38.63. Frank Moody of Manchester at 33.46. Luke Davis at 33.39. He's out of Manchester. Lane Milner out of St. Mary of the Woods at 32-31.
Rose-Hulman.
Marcus Washington at 27-44.
31 seconds is the team from Manchester.
And Landon Hicks out of Manchester at 26-71. But right now it is Eli Cox and Shane Hagan with the lead there. The women's javelin update. Right now, Riggle still the leader. She threw that first throw at 34.48, and that has been the best throw of the day. 6 different throws now by the throwers in the javelin, but right now Riggle looks like she's going to win that one here this afternoon. In fact, doesn't look like too many others are very close to her throughout the day. You had Megan Cordy at 29.20. But you can tell that, again, is off the mark. You're talking about 5 meters. That's quite a difference in the women's javelin. The men's long jump, still no further update on the long jump there. The women's long jump. Get you an update here. Coco Trulove at 5.01. And Ainsley Coffey out of Rose-Hulman, she's at 4.95 with J.C. Stone of St. Mary of the Woods at 4.92. Trulove, by the way, from Manchester. And you're updated there. The women's high jump.
Can you hear me, Nathaniel?
Doesn't look like we have. Looks like what do we've got? Audrey Edwards of Rose-Hulman has so far cleared at 1.43. We're going to go to Chris, who is downstairs. We'll give you some more numbers on the women's high jump. Chris?
Well, we're still here. We're on option number 3 with technology, but hey, that's part of the challenge.
There you go. We'll get back to Chris when did you have something you wanted to add to that, Chris?
I will at the end of this race.
All right. So we got a little bit. In fact, you got about 5 more laps on the steeplechase now for the women, and we'll keep you updated as well. By the way, some of the athletes that are running more than one event, you may see them leave one event, go to another, and then come back to that event. So we'll keep you updated as quickly as we can on any that are happening here today. By the way, Megan Cordy of Rose-Hulman currently sitting in second place in the women's high jump, and Jocelyn Young of St. Mary's of the Woods is currently in third. But we'll keep you updated on that as they continue. Looks like maybe Audrey Edwards has, at this stage, her best jump at 1.58. Got it on that second jump at 1.58. We'll let you know more about that coming up once we get an opportunity. Looks like we're up to date. Tell you what, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We started to take a break a little bit ago. Came back to the women's 4x100 relay. We're going to take an event, and we'll get caught up on some of the other things, try to get you an official number on what's happening with the women's 300-meter steeplechase right now. They have completed 3 laps, and right now it is Summer Kite of Rose-Hulman, the sophomore, with, again, what do we got? 5 laps, actually, to go on this one. And she currently has the lead over Malia Piskel of Rose-Hulman and Jackie Shackelford of Manchester. This is the Spring Classic here, the Fighting Engineers Spring Classic on RHIT.TV.
A lot of times when you come to Rose, students will say the work is hard. And it is.
There's rumors about the difficulties of Rose-Hulman. I would say they're on par for the most part.
But 9 times out of 10, at the end, the student's going to end with that statement, but it's worth it, or I really enjoy it. And I think that's really the key part. Like, if you really like doing something, it's going to be a lot of work.
So the commonality is just the love for science and math. Mathematics is really the basis of all science and engineering. It's the language that we use.
We need to make sure that they have that backbone in order to succeed as future scientists and engineers.
We collaborate as faculty, and they see how one class starts to impact another class.
Math, science, technology, how intertwined they are.
Our students are very driven in everything that they're doing.
Is that opportunity to be pushed, because we do push the student to see what it is that you're actually capable of. We're not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. I think that matters.
Our job is to create a safe place to fail. That would be terrifying if you did that alone.
That results in students that are ready to walk out of the door and into their place of work, ready to be a productive contributor.
So our professors all know us by name.
It was refreshing to know that I would have a relationship with my professors.
And I think that's key. Because of the very low class size here, it gives me, the instructor, an opportunity to actually be engaged with the student.
We know who's struggling, we know who's doing well, we know who's getting it.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
The faculty are there for you. All of our students are advised 100% by faculty.
Your professors already know you. Even if you haven't met them, chances are your professors have talked about you to other professors.
And we do all of our classes in 10 weeks.
Very fast-paced.
So as difficult as the courses might be, as rigorous
and difficult
as it might feel for those 10 weeks, you know that everyone here has your back.
I think the big thing that I want people to always know when I talk about Rose-Hulman is we, the faculty, are here at Rose-Hulman because we love teaching. That is the reason we are here, and I think that sets us apart from all other institutions.
Back once again here at Cook Stadium, Rose-Hulman, as we are part of the Spring Classic track meet that is going on. Right now, the women's 3,000-meter steeplechase is happening, and we will keep you updated on the numbers. Only 3 participants so far. Summer Kite is leading the way through her 5th lap at 7:51.02. Malia Piskel is at 8:10.02. And Jackie Shackelford is at 8:35.30. And they have 2 laps remaining. Once that becomes official, we will go and get the winner of that race. If you're just joining us, sunny afternoon, you heard Chris talk about, at least with a couple of the athletes, about the weather today. And I think they thought it was going to be a little bit cooler, but still it's getting warmer. It's still a cool day, though. High's only around 50. Kind of depends on which athlete is certainly likes it or not. And some like it when it's cooler, some don't. But it is getting warmer here today. If you just joined us, let me get you updated. The men's 3,000-meter steeplechase won by Sawyer Richter. Richter finished at a 10:14.53. And so he picks up the win from Rose-Hulman. Let me get you updated. The men's 4x100 relay, that was won by Rose-Hulman as well at 44:51. They beat Manchester at 45:13. The women's 4x100 meter relay won by Manchester at 50:31. Rose-Hulman finished second at 51:72. And as we mentioned, we are currently in the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. We'll get you updated more on that coming up in just a little bit. Many of the field events are currently underway. Some have, in fact, not quite finished yet, but they're getting very close. Let me throw it to the men's javelin right now. Shane Hagan of Manchester through his second throw at 48:03. He has a 7-meter lead over Eli Cox from St. Mary of the Woods at 41:03. Kenley Raymond out of Oakland City at 38:63. So those 3 guys, clearly the 3 best in the field right now. You look at Frank Moody out of Manchester, he's still 5 meters behind Kenley Raymond, but you're talking about 15 meters behind Shane Hagan. So Hagan clearly has the big lead there. We mentioned Callie Riggle will win the women's javelin today. She has a 8-meter lead in her throws out of St. Mary of the Woods. Maddie Reese out of Manchester is up there, but we're keeping it on Megan Cordy, too. Megan ended up throwing on her last throw, her best of the day at 29.20, but it won't be enough to catch Riggle at 34.48. In the men's long jump, no update there. We'll look at the women's long jump. Right now, Coco Truelove of Manchester, her best throw of the day was at 4.79, I do believe, in her fifth jump, her best actually was 5.01. Her best one of the day was their first one at 5.01. So she right now has just a slim lead over Ainsley Coffey. And I think everybody has thrown through 6 or jumped through 6 so far. Allie Smith, I'm checking the bottom of the list, and there's 2 of them that did not finish. I think they are done now, and I think Truelove will win that with her jump at 4.75, 4.76, but I mentioned go back to her first one, 4.85, 5.01. So it will be 5.01, will be her best. It was Ainsley Coffey of Rose-Hulman finishing second there. Once those numbers become official, we can pass those along. No further update on the women's high jump, which is underway. There are 4 jumpers we're keeping an eye on, including Audrey Edwards of Rose-Hulman and Megan Cordy, also of Rose-Hulman. Sometimes when jumpers are doing either a high jump, a long jump, or a triple jump, all those events can sometimes overlap, and they'll leave one event to go to another event and compete. So that can be kind of trying as well. Nothing on the men's high jump there. Men's shot put. What do we have here? Still Jeremiah Smith. See, Jeremiah, as we mentioned, got better throughout the day, and his fifth throw was at 16.08, which was his best of the day of the 6 throws. Evan Gaylor, currently in second place at 15.20, and Antoine Cooper of Rose-Hulman in third place at 14.26. So let's keep an eye on the steeplechase. We're down to the final lap, it appears, here coming up very soon. So let's go back to the women's steeplechase. We'll jump over here in our live scoring. You can, by the way, follow along in the live scoring as well as we go throughout the day in any one of the events that are either complete or will be underway soon. And looks like we have Summer Kite at 13:24.12. We have Malia Piskel at 13:39.68, and then Jackie Shackelford 14:19.51. And I know we're going to go down to Chris here in a little bit. So here are the officials' the numbers here. Kite 13:24.12, Piskel at 13:39.68. And Shackelford at 14:19.51. So Kite will get 10 points for her team. Malia will pick up 8 points, so they get 18 out of the 24 points between the 3 in the women's 3,000 steeplechase. We will be having the women's 1,500-meter run. And I think right now, at least once they get the numbers in here of who's going to be running, looks like there are 7 runners that are on the list, including Brooklyn Couch of Rose-Hulman, who we'll keep an eye on. Yeah, there's 8 listed, but only 7 will be running today. So nobody from Manchester, which is I should take that back. Emma Darty out of Manchester, a freshman, will be running, but I thought maybe there'd be more from Manchester for the women's 1,500-meter run.
Please report to the starting line.
A lot of the official numbers are coming in, and the races, as I mentioned, I say unofficial because once they get the times in and the jumps in, then they become official later, but they give the unofficial numbers first. And let me go back over here real quick as we await the women's 1,500 meter. And I don't think we have any updates on any other event yet. While we're waiting for that, I wanted to mention the first week of the HCAC Outdoor Track and Field. The notebook came out this week. You can always check out that information on the HCAC website. The men's throw athlete of the week was Tommy Wilmoth from Hanover College. Hanover was on the road at the Pioneer Classic, and Wilmoth led the way. The junior claimed the top spot in the shot put, a school record toss at 17:03. He also ended up winning the discus at 44:25, so Tommy Wilmoth was named the men's throw athlete of the week. The men's jump athlete of the week was Kenneth Redd, who we see here today. Redd had a personal best at 7:14 in the long jump. He ends up winning the Pioneer Invitational. This jump should be first in the nation, first in the Great Lakes region, and first in the HCAC. However, there was no wind gauge at that meet. So let's go now to Chris.
Yeah, I'm down here with Summer Kite, who's our steeplechase winner on the women's side. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you, appreciate it.
How was the race?
I was really scared, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be. I think like muscle memory just takes over, so it wasn't that bad.
Why no water today?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Why no water today?
No water today? I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean. I'm so sorry.
Isn't there usually like puddles?
Oh yeah, we jumped over it on
Oh,
that side,
it's
so you
just
just
on the
can't
other
see
side. I
it. Yeah,
didn't
that's
see
why. It's really cold.
So you were running with in front of a teammate, but what's it like to kind of pace each other?
I think Aaliyah and I, we run a lot together. I think we're very close in pace, and so it's really interesting that you have someone that like will push you and you'll push them. And this is her first time, so I think she's still getting used to it, but I think it's always great when you have a teammate in the race.
So when you aren't right next to someone, how do you stay focused and kind of know what pace you should run at?
When it comes to steeplechase, I just think more about the barriers than anything else. Like, I just try to focus on like getting over it and then keeping the pace like through the rest of them. So I think it's just more like just get to the next one, just keep going like a little bit at a time.
Well, congratulations and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a great one.
All right, Summer Kite, the winner of the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. I was kind of curious when Chris asked her about the water. Everybody drinks water, Chris, so we'll keep you updated on that. We are underway in our latest event, and as we mentioned, you can follow along on all of the events on the Rose-Hulman website. They do a great job, of course, keeping you updated with all Rose-Hulman information in all the sports. And let me get you updated right now. In the latest, we have the women's 1,500 meter. Gwen Garman had the lead moments ago. We'll let you watch this as it is happening and get you updated again on some of the other events. There is Garman out of St. Mary of the Woods at 58.67. Brooke May, St. Mary of the Woods at 102.13. They have the early lead. I was interested listening to the interview a little bit ago. Anytime that you talk to some of the student athletes about the conditions or the running with a teammate and some of the, all that stuff plays in all sports, but track and field, you're not only competing against yourself for sure, but you also know you train with a lot of the runners you're with, and you start looking at the times. And she was mentioning a little bit about going over the steeple and getting into the water and how cold it was. Think about that on a day like today, that you jump into that water, and very rarely you're going to clear it unless you have a really, really good jump off the steeple. But then you got to think about not being cold and running the rest of that race. And if you're running a steeplechase and you're jumping in that water 10 times and you're thinking, man, I got to do it again, it can be very, very trying for student athletes to do part in the steeplechase. So, again, congratulations on the win. You're watching the 1,500 meter. Gwen Garman has now outpaced the rest of the field, looks like, at least at this stage, as you hear the bell being rung. Garman opened up. In fact, she got through 1,100 at 33:59.52, so good pace here in the women's 1,500 meter. Well, we're waiting for her, and I'm sure that Chris will get a chance to talk to her when this event is finished in just a few moments, and they will try to get you updated on any of the other events that are going on right now. We've been kind of waiting for the men's long jump. There hasn't been any update in that in quite a while. The women are currently underway, and we'll update you on that as well in the long jump. But right now, as we speak, the women's 1,500 meter, we'll be having the men's 1,500 meter coming up as well in just a few moments. That'll be followed by the women's 100-meter hurdle and then the men's 100-meter hurdle. So you want to stay tuned for those two events as well. Down the back stretch here at Cook Stadium as we're about ready to finish out this race. Once they cross the finish line, we will give you the update on all of the official times. Going to be a push here at the very end as you see, looks like Brooke Mace overtaking the second place runner and finishing. And again, the numbers will be coming across very quickly. And then Chris will get a chance to talk to the winner here in just a little bit as well. We were talking a little bit about the men's outdoor track and field notebook a little bit ago. We got through Kenneth Redd as the jump athlete of the week. The men's sprint and hurdles athlete of the week, that went to Andrew Shields of Rose-Hulman. Shields was the top sprinter at the Early Bird Invitational. He earned an event win in the 400-meter dash, a time of 48:19. He also picked up a second-place finish in the 200-meter dash with a time of 22:20, and a member of the third place 4x400-meter relay team, they finished at 3:32:30. By the way, that 400 time ranks third in Rose-Hulman's record books and leads the HCAC so far this season. So Andrew Shields is certainly catching everybody's attention so far here early in the outdoor season. The men's distance athlete of the week went to Gavin Byerly of Manchester. Gavin won the 1,500-meter race at the Pioneer Invitational over the weekend, a time of 3:53:71. And now the men's 1,500-meter is underway.
Our current event on the track.
Right now you had John Grease in lane 3, Chase Collins in lane 4, Jonathan Reed, Ethan Angersbach also for Rose-Hulman. So quite a few runners from Rose-Hulman in this race. And, of course, we'll keep an eye between them and Manchester. They've got a good 1,500-meter team as well. Oliver Mosley is in the mix as they have completed or will complete the first lap coming up in just a few moments.
And third place from Rose-Hulman, Brooklyn Couch.
And here's the official numbers, the women's 1,500 meters. It was Gwen Garman of St. Mary of the Woods at 5:27:87. Brooke Mace made that strong kick at the end to finish second. She got by Brooklyn Couch, and Mace finished at 5:36:10. Brooklyn Couch at 5:36:73. Heidi Breidenbaugh of Oakland City at 5:48:40. And then Sarah Kraybach at the Run Club at IU at 5:53:13. And Emerson Doherty of Manchester at 6:10:11. The men's 1,500 meter is underway. As you see, the runners making their way. 2 laps remaining. Ian Law leading the way at this stage, the IU Run Club. And so once they get around the turn, and then they'll have 1 lap to go. See if we got any more updates on some of the field events. We like to keep you updated there if we have any. And looks like they have now Marcus Washington in the javelin is currently throwing. Shane Hagan leading the way at 48.03, and so far the only one close to him is Eli Cox, but he is still 6 meters off. The women's javelin, Riggle still leading the way, no surprise there. The men's long jump, no update, as we're coming up on the bell lap here in the men's 1,500 meter. One of 2 heats. And once they come across the finish line, Chris will give the winner of this heat a chance to catch his breath, and then we'll get ready for the second heat. By the way, the women's triple jump had only 1 participant listed. We'll see if that's going to change. The men's shot put, Jeremiah Smith, looks like he is the winner out of St. Mary of the Woods. Once we get that number official, we'll pass that along as well. Ian Law, the IU Run Club, but we've got a strong kick here at the end. Let's see who's going to finish second and third. I don't think they're going to catch the leader here. Boy, you really hear the fans and some of the teammates cheering and coaches cheering on their student athletes down this backstretch to give it everything they have to get a strong finish. And the final 3 runners will be crossing here in just a couple of moments, but Ian Law leading the way, Brendan Oden second, and Chase Collins of Rose-Hulman unofficially third, with Will Coggins out of Manchester in 4th place. We mentioned Rose-Hulman in Manchester. They have not only short sprint, but long sprint athletes that are going to compete, and they're going to be a force in the HCAC when the tournament rolls around, the track meet rolls around in Transylvania, which we'll have on the HCAC network. Let's go down to Chris, who has one of our winners from earlier today.
Yeah, this is Gwenton Garman, who won the women's 1,500. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
How did that race go for you?
Pretty good. I think it was this PR for the season, so that's good.
You had a pretty good kick there. What are you trying to do at the end of a race?
I'm really focusing on picking it up like the last 200 meters or so and just finishing strong. Good.
You know, this is the beginning of the season. Where are you in terms of where you need to be, at the end of the season?
There's definitely some things I can improve on, so I'm hoping to slow down that 1,500 time a little bit by the end of the season, so just focusing on that, yeah.
What are some of those things that a 1,500 runner can improve throughout the season?
I really need to focus on pacing, so making sure I'm staying consistent. So to do that, we do a lot of 400s at practice.
400, that sounds like fun. Well, congratulations and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chris, that does sound like fun. I can't wait to see you do it here today as well. At some point, we'll see if we can get Chris in there. But Gwen Garman, congratulations. St. Mary of the Woods in the win in the women's 1,500 meters. She really did pace herself well and led throughout. And I really was impressed with Brooke Mace, though Brooklyn Couch right there for Rose-Hulman as well. But Brooke Mace made that strong kick at the end and ended up finishing in second. So now it's time for the men's 1,500. There are 10 runners in this second heat. And, of course, looking for the best time. You won't come back and run a third heat. Right now, runners from Rose-Hulman, it looks like 4 of the lanes we're looking at. I think Slater's in one of those lanes as well from Rose-Hulman. So we're looking, I believe, 5 runners from Rose-Hulman. This is I think one of the harder races from the standpoint you almost feel like you've got to sprint, and at the same time you also need to pace yourself, and knowing that you don't want to burn yourself out too early, because if you do, you're going to find yourself in trouble maybe halfway through lap number 2. And so it's going to be important to pace yourself really well. But also, as you see, there's a little gap between the first 2 runners. You don't want to fall too far behind here and then try to pick up as quickly as you can, because it might be too late. But everybody jockeying for position in that first lap. Let's see how things will turn out here very, very soon. The numbers, again, will start rolling in on the times. Once we get rolling, we'll let you know. There's only really at this stage 3 events in the running today that are official. The rest have not been deemed yet official, but we'll let you know about those as soon as we possibly can. Looks like our first go around, pretty decent pace, not as good as the first heat. We had a 51:01 into the first lap. Again, this is heat number 2 of the 1,500 meter. We will be going back down to Chris here very soon, as he continues to be a very busy man, getting our winners here today and talking a little bit about what they expected coming in. And, you know, certainly you think about not only this, but there's going to be more outdoor meets before we get to the HCAC. So I'm always curious to hear what the athletes think about as they go week by week. Let's go downstairs with Chris.
Yeah, I'm here with Ian Lay from the IU Runners Club. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
What is the Runners Club?
It's just a collection of fun guys that like to hang out together and run. It's free friends. They're great. Just a collection of people with good interests, good quality people that just couldn't make the team at IU or didn't want to run collegiately or chose different values and wanted to focus on school or something. It's just a collection of people, and we hang out and we work out together. It's a great time.
Do you have a coach?
We do have like a self-appointed coach, like a student coach. So coach is Paul Cormindy. Shout out to him. He's a sophomore at IU.
Well, that's like the most purest athletic thing that I've heard recently. So you guys practice every day?
Yeah, we have practices every day. We have workouts Tuesdays and Fridays. We get to use IU's facilities very graciously. Practices are just optional, so if you've got a busy day and you can't come, that's all right. But just a great time just a set time every day where we meet and hang out and go run.
How did you feel like that race went for you?
It was good. It was a little cold. Felt it on my arms coming home, but I was happy with it. It was a good performance. So.
Do you have any other events today?
No, I'm done for today. Got to head back to Bloomington. Got some work to work on, so that's it for today.
Well, congratulations and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. What do you mean you got to go back to Bloomington and get some work in? You need to be like a producer and skip school as much as you can. We're in the men's 1,500. That's how you get into media, see? You skip school. 1,500 meter. And we have come complete. This is the second heat. And once the numbers start rolling in, it looks like Jake Muma, the run club at IU, they're the run club doing very well. 4:18.10 was the winning number. Jaden Hickenbotham at 4:22. See if the numbers come back here. 4:22.06. So within 4 seconds of Jake Muma.
Hurdle crew, it is now your
See
time
if
to
we
time.
have our first one from
But please place the women's hurdles.
Rose-Hulman. Looks like it was Diego Gutierrez at 4:35.23 was the top runner in that second heat in the men's 1,500 meters. So congratulations to Gutierrez for his run today. We're going to be going to the women's 100-meter hurdles. And these are always fun to watch. If you know anything about running the hurdles, which I did very little of, I tried it a couple of times and it didn't seem to be my forte. Trying to make sure that I timed the timing and getting the feet down for the next hurdle just never seemed to quite match up with my ability to get over the hurdles. So I was better at knocking them down than I was getting over them. But the hurdles coming up here in just a couple of moments. We always like to keep you updated to see if there's anything else that we want to focus on some of the field events. We keep going back to see if there's any updates. And it looks like, at least at this stage, no update in the javelin, as I believe they're probably very close to finishing. Most of the throwers have gotten through 5 throws here today, and that's for the both men and women. Let's go back down to Chris.
Yeah, I'm here with Jake Muma, who won the second heat in the men's 1,500. So first of all, congratulations. You were trying to downplay your victory a little bit, but what's your approach when you're running in the second heat?
Well, I knew my seat time was near the top. So I figured, let me go out hard. Let me try to take the lead to start. See if anybody can kind of follow with me. Come through 300 in the pace I want. It didn't seem like anybody was right next to me, so I stayed on my pace through 700 meters, and then I figured, let me just give it all I got the last 800 and try to win and try to run as fast as I can.
So I was just learning from one of your teammates about what the run club even is.
Yeah.
What made you want to put in this kind of time and effort, even when it's not, playing for the team at the university?
Yeah. I don't know. I just love running so much. What else would I spend all my time doing? Might as well run, and competing is really fun. So it's always fun to see how fast you can run, how much you can push yourself, and running's great because you can always keep getting faster. So it's always great to see a new PR or something like that.
What's your favorite part of running?
I think, what's my favorite part? I don't know. It just makes me feel good. Makes the rest of the day feel good. When I'm running, like on an easy run or whatever, it's chill, time alone, or just time thinking, time off my phone. That's good. So it's just good to get outside, exercise a little bit. Good for the mind, good for the body. Yeah.
Well, congratulations and good luck the rest of the season. And there you have it, Troy. There's definitely someone out here who likes running.
That's right. That's right.
Congratulations. Well, I tell you what, and he's right. I think the one thing about it is he talked about when you're out there running and you're by yourself, it's just you and your mind, and certainly trying to compete. And that's what he said earlier as well, was the competing part of it. Women's 100-meter hurdles. We'll keep an eye on Semakula from Rose-Hulman in lane 4. And Medueno is in lane 6 from Rose-Hulman. This will be just heat 1 of 1, and then we'll have the men's 110-meter hurdles. I did notice that the triple jump, which is more of my forte, was certainly underway on the men's side, I do believe, and they are underway. So once we get numbers on that, we'll let you know where we stand on the numbers there. But right now we're going to focus ourselves on the women's 100-meter hurdles here in the Fighting Engineers Spring Classic.
Women's 400-meter dash. Again, second call.
I was listening to one of the interviews that Chris was doing about the temperature today, and again, it is a little bit nippy still. We were only going to get to maybe 50, though the sunshine, it is a little deceiving with the sunshine today, but it is still relatively chilly, and you got a little bit of a breeze coming through. It's, again, wide open as you would expect in any football stadium, track and field stadium. So the wind a little bit of a factor, though there is doesn't appear that it's affecting the final times in the backstretch for the runners at all. So at least it's just a light breeze, if anything. Hurdles get off to a good start here. And again, want to be clean on every hurdle you can, because one slip and you find yourself way behind. And a good early run for Rose-Hulman. And though a push at the end, let's see how this is going to finish out, because it looked like DIII Cooley made a strong run at the end, but did not catch Semakula. Take another look at it right here as you see Cooley making a very interesting race at the finish line. But Semakula picks up the win at 16:78. Cooley at 16:94. So they are 1 and 2 in the women's 100-meter hurdles. And now Chris will get a chance to talk to the winner coming up in a couple of moments, and then we'll think about the men's 100-meter hurdles. And this is going to be a fast one. On the men's side, you have Renner Barnes, Chris Renee out of Manchester, his number impressive at 16:14 in his heat time. But keep an eye on William Fleck out of Rose-Hulman. We talked about him earlier, a 15.65, a sophomore who is running well. In fact, ran a great indoor season. But Fleck will be the guy to watch right there in the middle in lane 4 as they will reset the hurdles. And while they're doing that, see if they do have the official time. They haven't listed the official time yet on the women's 100-meter hurdles. So we want to go back and see if we have any other field events we want to try to get you updated on. The javelin should be coming to an end pretty quickly, and I think Hagen's still safe at 49.31. I don't think anybody's going to catch him. In fact, the next thrower up is Eli Cox, and he's still just less than 7 meters behind Hagen, so I think Hagen will win that one. Riggle's going to win the women's side. She had an 8-meter lead. Kaylee Riggle over Maddie Rees, and that was, again, an 8-meter lead there. Haven't gotten an update yet on the men's long jump, women's long jump. It was Coco Truelove at 5.01, though Ainsley Coffey of Rose-Hulman had a 4.95 in her second jump, not quite able to catch Truelove there. The women's high jump so far looks like Audrey Edwards with the lead at 1.58. And Megan Cordy at 1.43 was the last one we had there. Jocelyn Young at 1.40. Again, that is in terms of meters. If you're looking for feet, it was Edwards at 5 feet 2 and a quarter inches. The men's high jump, looks like Benjamin Olenek out of Rose-Hulman had a jump of 6. 1.83 meters there. Joe Jansen of Rose-Hulman at 1.83 as well. So they're tied at first, with Abbott Church at 1.78, and then Ethan Parsons of Rose-Hulman at 1.73. We are gearing up now for the men's 100-meter hurdles. You mentioned keep an eye on runners from Manchester and Rose-Hulman. Their sprints are very good. We mentioned William Fleck a little bit ago. He'll be in lane 4. He'll be the one to watch here. Chris will have winners throughout the remainder of the afternoon. We still have the women's 400 meters, the men's 400 meter, the women's 100, the men's 100, the women and men's 800, the 400 meter hurdles, the 200 meter, the 5,000s, and then the 4x4 meter relays. So those are still, Chris is ready for me again? All right, let's go to Chris.
Yeah, I'm down here with Narendra Semakula, who won the hurdles on the women's side. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
How did that, what went right for you in that one?
I think I started pretty well. Like, my first half of the race was good. Where I need some work is my last half of the race. I'm also coming off of a minor injury, so we're getting it back slowly but surely.
What was the injury?
My hamstring.
Oh,
My
wow,
left
that's a tough one to heal.
So, yeah.
So I'm guessing that's a race or an event where you have to, you almost learn by some failure that probably is kind of painful. Is that correct?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yep. You have to fall at least once so that you're not scared of them anymore, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt.
Well, I'm glad you're not scared of it anymore. Congratulations and good luck this season.
Thank you.
Well, the men's 100 hurdles, not as clean as you would certainly like. William Fleck, we'd mentioned William a little bit ago at 15.46. Logan Phillips at 15.65, and Chris Renee at 16.26. But we thought, again, William Fleck would be the favorite in lane 4. But you could tell that was not clean by several of the hurdlers. And you can see, again, when they were going, that a lot of the hurdles were coming down as they were going. In fact, I'm pretty sure that one of the runners from Oakland City did not compete the rest of the way. Jonathan Johnson, I think once he got off his stride, he had nowhere else to go, so he did not finish the hurdles there. By the way, Renner Barnes finished at 22.91 of Rose-Hulman, so he finished in 6th place. We'll have the 400-meter women coming up in just a couple of moments. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick time out. We will come back. We continue our coverage of the Fighting Engineers Spring Classic here at Rose-Hulman on RHIT.TV.
A lot of times when you come to Rose, students will say the work is hard. And it is.
There's rumors about the difficulties of Rose-Hulman. I would say they're on par for the most part.
But 9 times out of 10, at the end, the student's going to end with that statement, but it's worth it, or I really enjoy it. And I think that's really the key part. Like, if you really like doing something, it's going to be a lot of work.
So the commonality is just the love for science and math. Mathematics is really the basis of all science and engineering. It's the language that we use.
We need to make sure that they have that backbone in order to succeed as future scientists and engineers.
We collaborate as faculty, and they see how one class starts to impact another class.
Math, science, technology, how intertwined they are.
Our students are very driven in everything that they're doing.
Is that opportunity to be pushed, because we do push the student to see what it is that you're actually capable of. We're not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. I think that matters.
Our job is to create a safe place to fail. That would be terrifying if you did that alone.
That results in students that are ready to walk out of the door and into their place of work, ready to be a productive contributor.
So our professors all know us by name.
It was refreshing to know that I would have a relationship with my professors.
And I think that's key.
Because of the very low class size here, it gives me, the instructor, an opportunity to actually be engaged with the student.
We know who's struggling, we know who's doing well, we know who's getting it.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
The faculty are there for you. All of our students are advised 100% by faculty.
Your professors already know you. Even if you haven't met them, chances are your professors have talked about you to other professors.
And we do all of our classes in 10 weeks.
Very fast-paced.
So as difficult as the courses might be, as rigorous
and difficult
as it might feel for those 10 weeks, you know that everyone here has your back.
I think the big thing that I want people to always know when I talk about Rose-Hulman is we, the faculty, are here at Rose-Hulman because we love teaching. That is the reason we are here, and I think that sets us apart from all other institutions.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Will Fleck, who won the hurdles for the men's side, and immediately found out that Will is also a football player, so that's interesting. How do you balance the two?
That's a great question. I show up to all that I can. I'm lucky enough that school takes a little bit less time, but it's still Rose-Hulman, so that's a big chunk as well. But right now it's track practice at 5, and then Monday, Wednesday, Friday lifts for football. Just had some pyramid sleds yesterday, and probably didn't help the time today, but it's all good.
You said school takes a little less time, but you are at Rose-Hulman. This is a challenging school. What are you studying?
Mechanical engineering.
Just mechanical engineering, football, track, no big deal. You were also talking about the adjustment in height from high school to college of the hurdles. What is that difference, and what's it like on a practical level?
Yeah, so in high school it's 39 inches, one click away from the top, and then in college and professionally it's 42 inches. And realistically, 3 inches can either be a big jump for some people or a smaller jump for others. It's not that big of a difference, but I'm lucky enough to be a little bit taller than most. But going from high school to college, my hip kind of sat just above the hurdle in high school, and in college I'm kind of in that sweet spot where it's right in that white strip to get over. So I kind of have to approach from a higher position instead of going a little bit lower and a little bit faster in high school. So it's a decent difference for me, but if you're a little bit shorter, it could definitely be a lot bigger of a difference.
Well, congratulations. Sounds like you're a busy guy. Thanks so much for taking time to talk to us.
Thank you, of course.
Well, congratulations. By the way, you just saw the 400 meter, and Rose Talbert dominated. We kind of thought she would coming in. Her time, her heat sheet time was so much better than everyone else, and she had a great jump. And Rose Talbert, Rose-Hulman, I'll be interested to see when Chris talks to her. She finished well under 1 minute. She was at 50, I think they said 54, waiting for the time to come back up on the screen, but it was at 57:26. But I believe her heat time coming in was 54. So she was a little bit behind that number, but again, 57:26 and she dominates the field to win the women's 400 meter. So congratulations to her, and that was an impressive run indeed. We're back here at Rose-Hulman and part of the Fighting Engineers Spring Classic. We're seeing some good times here today, and I know a lot of the runners here today will get a chance to take those times into their next meet. We'll talk more about that as well, and let's go ahead and take a look at what's coming up if we can, because the race underway here, we'll get you updated in a little bit. But next up, they're going to stay home. Speaking of Rose-Hulman, they'll be at the Pace Center Invitational. That'll be a 2-day event, and that's going to take place at Indiana State. So they're going to stay close to home. That'll be really, really good kickoff there, but they're going to split teams. The women's will also take part in the Oliver Nickloff Invitational down in Cincinnati, so they'll have a chance to send squads to both places. And then the Lee University Fast Break Athletes Invitational in Cleveland, Tennessee. That'll be a little bit of a road trip for everybody. That'll be on April the 10th. And then the Indiana Division III Championships will be on April the 11th. And that'll take place in Greencastle. And then they'll take part in the Gibson Invitational. That'll be at Indiana State as well. And then the Indiana Little State Championships will be on April 17th and 18th. And we're not done yet. We still have the Gibson Invitational. That'll take place in Indiana State. And then April 23rd. Mark it down. And that'll be April 23rd, 24th, and 25th down in Lexington. So you see right there, there's still a lot to be done between today, which is March 28th, and April the 23rd. So we're less than a month away, but it's going to go pretty quick. But all these competitors will try to make their times go harder and longer, and certainly be ready as the season goes along. Let's go back now to Chris.
Yeah, I'm with Rose Talbert. Congratulations on the win in the 400.
Thank you.
So you're part of this home team. There's several of your teammates, performing very well in these events. Can you just talk about maybe the culture of track and field at Rose-Hulman?
I mean, really, it's just we all have fun together. That's the point. This is D3. We show up, we let off some steam from classes, we work together, and we work hard.
What's so fun about it?
The fact that I don't have to do calculus at the same time. No, I love the camaraderie. We make fun of each other. We laugh together. During practices this week, we've been doing every morning, not every morning, but every afternoon during warm-ups, we'll do your top 5 of something. Yesterday, we talked about what's your top 5 hobbies that you like doing, and just connecting, interacting with one another, and getting to know each other as people instead of just teammates too.
So the 400 is a challenging race. What makes it your race?
What makes it my race is I'm good at it.
And why are you good at it?
That's a loaded question right there. First time I ran it was in 7th grade, and I just die in the first 200 and slowly get better at not dying in the second 200, and I just kind of figured that out as I went along.
Well, congratulations and good luck the rest of the season.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Rose is being a little bit, bottom line is you can tell when the athletes are more humble and take it in stride, but her numbers coming in were pretty dominating, and she dominated that race in the women's 400 meter, and I wouldn't be too surprised by the time that the HCACs roll around that her numbers are going to get a lot better. And today being a kind of a cool day and everything, I was outside a little bit ago, and it is still rather chilly. I don't know what the official temperature is right now, but if we're at 50, we might be kind of lucky. But again, Rose Talbert winning the women's 400 meter. We are going to be ready for the men's 400 meter. Elliot Brule in lane 2 out of Rose-Hulman. Luke Robertson is in lane 8. Kenneth Red of Manchester in lane 4. He is the guy to beat. But you can see right there as he turns on the afterburners down the stretch. The senior looks like he's going to win this one going away. Also for Rose-Hulman, Emery Ganay. He is in lane 3. But boy, look at this guy. I mean, he just looks like a runner, and he wins this hands down. Looks like Quayon Russell out of St. Mary of the Woods finishing second. But when you look at the numbers, Kenneth Red, we talked about Red. He was the jump athlete of the week in the HCAC in week 1 of the outdoors. So he figured, you know what, why not come over here and we'll just do the race as well, the men's 400 meter, and Red wins that at 49.07. The junior out of Dayton, Ohio, ended up winning the Pioneer Invitational in the long jump. And by the way, we mentioned that if you didn't catch it earlier for Kenneth Red, first in the nation at 7.14 meters in the Great Lakes region and in the HCAC. Now, again, there's no wind gauge at that meet, so that could all be academic at this stage, but the jump was the second in school history, 7th in the HCAC. So he had a heck of a jump last week, but still today winning the 400 meter. We have the women's 100 meter dash coming up. And there are some speedsters in this. There'll be 2 heats. Ileana Hernandez of Rose-Hulman will be in lane 2. Rose Talbert, who, by the way, just finished a race, will now compete in the 100 meters. Alex Adams, also of Rose. And, by the way, Talbert will be in lane 4. Alex Adams in lane 5. Jocelyn Carnes-Hatfield will be in lane 7. But keep an eye on Anana Josa in lane 1 and Coco Truelove in lane 6. Let's go back to Chris.
Yeah, I'm down here with Kenneth Red. Congratulations on your victory in the 400.
Thank you, thank you.
They were just talking upstairs about some of your success in the long jump and the high jump. Today, you were telling me that you don't do those events. What determines on a given day what you're going to compete in?
Honestly, it's mostly my body health. So I do so many events, just whatever my body can take at the moment. I kind of injured my neck last week, so it was kind of like a slow week for me. So I'm just trying to build back up to that.
So slow week is winning the 400. That's a tough race. What do you like about it?
I just like pushing myself. Ain't nothing more important to me than seeing my limits and pushing past it. So just being able to do that is the reason I love the race. 'Cause I used to be a 1-200 runner, so I switched to it this year. Just for the thrill. So.
Your idea or coach's idea?
My idea. I'm actually trying to do the 4 hurdles too, but he won't let me. So.
Wow. Okay. So a lot of bravado here. What did he say when you told him that you wanted to switch to the 400?
He was up for it just because we needed more points in that area anyway. So he thought I could do it, and he trusted me, and he just worked with me every step of the way. So.
Well, it seems to be working out. Congratulations.
Yes,
good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Have a good day.
The only thing I would have asked him, too, is could he beat Keith Myers in the 400 meters? I doubt that would happen, but Keith has been known to be quite a speedster. Ready for the women's 100 meters we mentioned a little bit ago. I'll be curious to see how Rose Talbert does. Her numbers coming in, her heat number 12.37 is the best of anybody in this first heat, but she just ran a race in the women's 400 meters. So how will she do coming right back after a short amount of time and then getting an opportunity to do if not Keith Myers? That has to be an error right there on that billboard, because there's no way that that would be true. But Rose Talbert will be in lane 4. Her biggest competition will be right next to her, and Alex Adams in lane 5. But Alex Adams didn't run the 400 meters a little bit ago. So we'll see how those two do. And generally, again, how they do the lane assignments is you get the inside lanes and you work your way out. The best times in the inside to the outside. And so we'll keep an eye on Talbert and Adams here. By the way, I can see the triple jump is currently being competed across the way. That's the women's triple jump. So we'll try to get an update on that in a little bit. But this, again, the women's 100 meter here at the Spring Classic. Keep an eye again on Talbert in 4, Adams in 5. And I'll tell you what, that's a fast pace right there. It almost looked like to me Alex Adams may have had the best of it, but I still think Rose Talbert, you run a 400 meter. And because, again, like what you heard a little bit ago, when you need team points, you try to run as many events as you can.
Athletes, this is the first call for the men's and women's
We'll have the
meter run. Again,
men's 100 meter coming up here in a little bit, but you try to get as many points as you can in as many different events. We're going to get those final numbers here and coming up in a couple of moments, but that's tough on Rose Talbert right there to run back-to-back races like that. Might be something they look at in the future to try to see if maybe they can use Talbert in another area, or I think Adams, again, ran a really good race.
Fans results from our women's 400 meter dash. In third place from Oakland City.
So you had
in second place,
True Love in third, J.C. Stone in second, and Alex Adams, Rose-Hulman at 12:54. We still have one more heat here. There will be one runner from Rose-Hulman, Ella Schultz in lane 6. 3 runners from Manchester. Once this heat is run, then we'll know the numbers coming up here in a little bit. So stay tuned for that. We'll get down to Chris as well. Let's go to Chris.
In second place from Oakland City.
Yeah, I'm down here with Alex Adams, who just won the 100 on the women's side. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I saw you holding hands there afterwards with your teammate, Rose Talbert. What's your relationship like with her?
Oh gosh, it's probably one of the best ones you could have with your teammate. She pushes me every day in practice to be better. She always teases me about the 100 meter record. We've been training that off for the past 2 years now. But it's awesome. She pushes me to be my best in my races. I cheer on the 4 because I'm not running the 400. But it's great. Pick her up when she needs it. She picks me up when I need it. It's awesome.
Was that your best today?
No.
Why not?
Well, I made my collegiate long jump debut earlier today, so not too bad. Hit the conference standard for that, so that was really awesome. But yeah, hoping next week, hopefully get down to a PR in the 100, and hopefully another PR in the 200 later today.
What made today an experimental day with long jump?
So indoor conference, we won by 1.5 points, and coach kind of realized we need to pick up some points in some other areas, so I'm now long jumping. It's been good. Hit the standard today, have a pretty competitive mark for conference, so I'm excited for that.
Did you do the long jump in high school?
Yes, I did. This is my first time in college, so as a senior, it's pretty exciting, you know, teaching an old dog new tricks. So.
When you talk about hitting the standard, what do you mean?
Our qualifying marks for each of our events. We have a lot of girls in the sprints and the jumps events, so we need to hit the qualifying standard to be able to compete that at conference. And I believe the standard for long jump was 4.6. So I think I hit 4.9 today, which was pretty awesome. So yeah, very exciting.
Are you done for the day, or you got anything else?
I got the 2 later today, and then senior day. So yeah, very exciting.
Well, good luck in the 200, and enjoy the rest of your season.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yep.
By the way, Alex Adams at a 12.54. J.C. Stone finished at 12.9. Coco Trulove also at 12.93. Sophie Minnick, who was in the second heat there, at 12.98. And Rose Talbot at 13.07. I thought about Rose being in that 400 would be kind of tough to come back and run the 100 meter. Ileana Hernandez finished at 13.23. And Mari Francis of Manchester finished at 14.02. And Olivia Paul of Manchester at 14.20. We're going to go back over and get some of the field events, look at the numbers again, see if there's anything that is updated. Shane Hagan continues to dominate in the men's javelin. We mentioned his fourth throw at 49.31. He is just under a 7-meter lead over Eli Cox there. The women's javelin is Callie Riggle. Riggle, her first throw of the day was the best of anybody, 34.48. The men's long jump, the latest we have still was Gabe Hernandez, and it has taken a little bit of a break. Hernandez had jumped quite a bit ago at 3.46, but no update there. The women's long jump, Coco Trulove at 5.01. Ainsley Coffey at 4.95 and J.C. Stone at 4.92. It's very close between the top four, actually. The fifth was a little bit back on that, but again, J.C. Stone at 4.92 and Alex Adams at 4.91. Men's pole vault. Colton Nanko, as you would expect, at 4.60. Colin Welsh at 3.75. Quinn Johnson at 3.60. Andrew Wendt. All these, by the way, vaulters from Rose-Hulman. Wendt at 3.60. Renner Barnes is at 3.60. Lincoln Flum is at 3.45. And Jack Rogue is at 3.45. So the men's 100, and we're going to have perhaps a photo finish here. Things were very, very tight at about 50 meters. Looks like Nico Tornay Sanchez out of Oakland City. How about this? 11.13. Gentry Oliver out of Manchester at 11.18. And then Pace Morel out of Rose-Hulman, 11.37. You had Ariam Neuter at 11.43 out of the Run Club at IU, and Joseph Vaughn of St. Mary of the Woods, 11.59. But we thought maybe at about the 50-meter mark that was going to be a photo finish, and it really was. 11.13 and 11.18. So run very fast, maybe not the best time of the day, but still great race. We're going to have the women's 800-meter coming up in just a few moments. And there are some really fast times to watch. Probably your two favorites will again be from Rose-Hulman and Manchester. Jocelyn Onstad of Rose-Hulman, her heat time at 2:16.25. And Chesney Miller of Manchester, 2:18.12. So we'll keep an eye on those two once we get started here in just a few moments. Just going to see if we could find some. They do some scoring here. Let's see if they do the scores here. I want to see Rose-Hulman right now on the men's side with 62 points. Oakland City 43, Manchester 24. St. Mary of the Woods with 3 points, and the Run Club at IU with 3. And now let's go back down to Chris.
Yeah, I'm here, guys, with Nico Sanchez, who just won the 100 on the men's side. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
How did you feel like the race went?
It felt good. I think my blocks there, my reaction time was really good this day. So that made me go in front of the guys the first 30 meters. So I'll say that was really good for me.
How much, when it is this short of a race, does getting out of the blocks quickly matter?
I'll say a lot. If you're like, because I'm more a 200-meter runner instead of a 100 or 60-meter runner. So I'll say a good blocks there can make a difference.
How much do you practice that then? How much of your practice is just getting in the blocks and practice and getting out of it?
2 days a week, I'll say. Sometimes 3 because I need an extra day. But yeah, I'll say 2 days a week.
Any other events today?
The 200.
Okay. Good luck in that one.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
As you probably have noticed when Chris is talking to many of the athletes, how they're running, again, more than one event, really not much different than what you would see in high school, where you'll have a jumper, triple jump, and a, not in Indiana in high school, but in most states where they have the triple jump and the long jump and the high jump. And you have so many different athletes crossing over because you're trying to score as many points as you possibly can in all the events. And sometimes you're pretty good at 3 events, and maybe some of the others aren't quite as good. Second heat of the men's 100. St. Mary of the Woods looks like they'll dominate this one. And we'll get the times for you coming up here in just a few moments. I mentioned that Nico Tornay-Sanchez winning the first heat at 11:13 over Gentry Oliver at 11:18. And looks like Devon Bowe at 11:66. Brandon Bobo at 11:68. And Keegan Scholl is at 11:89. Those are your top 3. But again, your top 2 stay with Tornay-Sanchez and Oliver. So Oakland City and Manchester picking up
Athletes, this is the third and
some
final
big
call
points
for the
there.
men's and women's 800-meter run.
The
Again,
women's
third and final
800-meter
call for the
run
men's and
will be
women's
coming up
800-meter run. Please
in
report
just
to the
a
starting
few
line.
moments. Of course, Rose-Hulman has Jocelyn Onstadt, the junior, available there, and that'll be certainly between her and Chesney Miller of Manchester. We will say that a lot the rest of the day, and it's been that way in a lot of the events so far between the two HCAC foes. Chris will be joining us coming up in a few moments to give us an update. Some of the winners here today as many of the events continuing. I'm sure that a few of them have wrapped up. They just haven't given us the final numbers. I think, in fact, if I look at the javelin, 6 throws have all been completed on the men's javelin. So they should be reporting some final scores there, as will the women's javelin. When they become final, we'll get those to you. Final heat in the 100 meters, and all of them from Manchester. First time I think we've had 3 heats today in any of the races. They had, they had 5 listed from Manchester in that final heat. Mo Williams at 11.63. Daniel Robinson at 12. Those are the top 2. The only one to break the 12-minute or 12-second mark was the top finisher, and that was Mo Williams at 11.63. So now you put everything together, that still wouldn't have gotten him into the top 5. In fact, he finished at number 6. So you still have Nico Tornay Sanchez of Oakland City at 11:13, followed by Gentry Oliver of Manchester at 11:18. Top finisher for Rose-Hulman, Pace Morrell at 11:37.
Our next event on the track is the women's 800.
So the women's 800 meter is next, following the 3 heats by the men's 100 meter. So far we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 events official. 4 more are complete in the running side of things. And on the field events so far today, most of the events are still being finished up, and some of them we mentioned: the men's javelin, the women's javelin, the long jump, and that for the men and the women. Pole vault latest, we left off a little bit ago. On the women's side, Abigail Drum and Amelia Thiemann were the 2 student athletes from Rose-Hulman. We're keeping an eye on there. On the men's side, Colton Nanko at a 3.75. In fact, he edges out Quinn Johnson, his teammate, for the top spot. All the pole vaulters from Rose-Hulman. The women's high jump, let's see if we get an update there as well. Audrey Edwards at a 1.43. Megan Cordy at, see if they have anything else here on Cordy. They don't have anything else on Cordy. Cordy scratched on the last one, so she apparently did not finish out as Jocelyn Young at 1.40. The men's high jump at this stage is Benjamin Olenek at 1.83. Joe Jansen also at 1.83. Edging out Abbott Church of St. Mary of the Woods at 1.78. See if we get an update on the women's triple jump. Looks like Abigail Drum is at 10.12, which is good enough for 33 feet, 2.5 inches. Ainsley Coffey at 10.09, so right behind Drum in the triple jump is Coffey. Rindwa Semakula is currently third at 10. So we are underway in our next race as we continue moving along here this afternoon, the women's 800 meter. I mentioned earlier that the 800 meter, a lot like a sprint, at the same time a long distance run. You got to pace yourself extremely well. You love to be out in front of the pack, but you also don't want to burn yourself out quick.
Fans, your results from the women.
Jocelyn Onstadt in lane 1.
From Manchester.
Also, Sophia Bonner is in lane 10. Those two from Rose-Hulman.
And your winner with a time of 12
Manchester
seconds from Rose-Hulman
has 4 runners in this race. So they have the ability right here to score some points. But as you see right now, the 2 leaders have a short lead at this stage.
Fans, your results from the men's 100-meter dash. In third place from Rose-Hulman, Pace Morrell. In second place from Manchester, Gentry Oliver.
While they are doing that, it looks like the number coming across,
Nico Tornay Sanchez.
Chesney Miller out of Manchester at 1:10.57, just ahead of Jocelyn Onstadt at 1:10.72. So we thought maybe it'd be Miller and Onstadt, and right now they are proving to be the front runners. Ava Egolf is at 1:13.47 after the first lap, and Raiden Norris currently in 4th place. Norris at a 1:14.20. So as we come down the stretch, Rose-Hulman gaining the edge here. As it appears it will go to Rose-Hulman. They will pick up some valuable points as Jocelyn Onstadt able to get the win. See if when the numbers come across. We'll wait for that before we say anything else here. Sometimes numbers a little bit behind what we are looking at. So let's go back here once again. Let's see if the numbers are going to tell us the story here. And once they start rolling across, we'll get to those here in just a little bit. We'll jump over here real quick and see if we have an update. The men's hammer throw is the latest to come in, but so far they've only listed one thrower, Gabe Landon of Rose-Hulman, but nothing yet there. The women's discus is in as well on the first throw. Sierra Snowden from Rose-Hulman at 27.72. And Kaylin Orr of Manchester has now jumped past Snowden at 31.14. So Orr, after first throw, has about a 4-meter lead over Snowden, with the Mady Reese of Manchester 24.55. Right now, those are the top three in the women's discus. So we have the two latest events, the hammer throw and the discus, now on the board. Let's see if we have anything update on the long jump either side. Nothing there. I believe that the women's long jump is complete.
This is the first call for the men's and women's 400-meter hurdles.
Women's pole vault.
For the men's and women's 400-meter hurdles.
So far, nothing on the women's pole vault. We mentioned Colton Nanko on the men's side. So we are updated on those. The women's high jump is still up in the air at this point. The men's high jump is right now, looks like it's going to be Benjamin Olenek from Rose-Hulman winning that event. We have yet to get to the men's triple jump. On the women's triple jump side, looks like Semakula from Rose-Hulman is making her next jump. This will be the, I think, the 5th jump of the day. Now they've already gotten through 6, so Semakula had a 10 in her 5th jump. In fact, looks like all the best jumps came in the 5th jump, including Abigail Drum of Rose-Hulman at 10.12, Ainsley Coffey of Rose-Hulman at 10.09, and Nirinwa Semakula at 10. Back to the track events as we are taking a look at the men's 800 meters. Let me jump over here to the women just to make sure. It was Jocelyn Onstadt winning the women's 800 meters at 2:21.76. Chesney Miller at 2:23.06 from Manchester, with Raiden Norris finishing in 3rd at 2:25.44. But it was Manchester winning 3 of the top 4 in the women's 800 meters, so they score some big points there. On the men's side, as they are through the first lap, we're keeping an eye on Carvillo in lane 7 is one to watch from the Run Club at IU, but right now this race is going to be won by Manchester, it does appear. Let's see. Wherever we're looking at is Byerly. Gavin Byerly, the only Manchester runner, but then Rose-Hulman's going to finish in the next, 5 or 6 spots here. But Byerly's going to win it. We'll get you an update on that coming up in just a couple of moments. So stay tuned. We'll have, it looks like Byerly at 1:53.85. Wyatt Starkey of Rose-Hulman at 1:57.51. And Brady Soka is at 1:57.61. Let's go down to Chris.
Yeah, guys, we've got Jocelyn Onstadt here, who won the 800 on the women's side. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I know that you've raced a few times before with Chesney Miller. You guys are right up there with each other. What have you come to expect from her in a competition?
To give her all every time. She's always right there with me, so can't expect anything less.
You make that kick look pretty easy. How do you practice that?
I don't really. Just knowing when to go. Just got to give it your all the last 100 meters.
And is that 100 meters when you try to go every time?
No, it varies.
Depending on what you need.
Yeah. I can sometimes read people and know how much I have to kick, but it's probably smarter to go earlier than I do, usually.
When you compete against Chesney, are you usually second for much of the race?
Varies on how we're feeling. I ran the steeplechase 2 days ago. She ran the 15 yesterday, so I knew today we're both kind of tired. And a lot of our heat is already tired, so...
Well, it looked pretty good for tired, so congratulations and good luck to you the rest of the season.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. We are ready. 800-meter men. Let's give you the numbers. We had Byerly at 1:53.85. We have the second heat coming up. Once we get an update on some of the other events that are starting to wind down a little bit here this afternoon, we'll get those to you here in a little bit. Let's go ahead and let you just watch a little bit of the second heat of the 800 meters.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with the men's 800 winner. Congratulations to Gavin Byerly.
Thank you.
How did that feel?
I felt great. My first 800 of the season, I was ready to just get out hard and fast, so that was fun.
So you guys are up there in the top two in terms of what the conference expects. How does Manchester sustain their culture in track and field?
We're about to balance here. We compete as a team. We compete for each other, and as long as we just we keep doing it for each other, I think we're in for a good conference meet for outdoor.
What else are you doing today?
That's all for me today. I ran the 3K steeple Thursday at WashU, so yeah, I'm only doing one event today to kind of keep it chill.
So a lot of what you end up competing in on a specific day matters, not just, what else your team needs on that day, but what else you've done that week.
Yes. The week prior to outdoor conference, we back off the mileage a little bit and get our bodies prepared so that we can run a good 2-3 races, whatever I'm in that conference that day. So,
well, it looks like your body was prepared. Congratulations and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Athletes, this is the third and final call for the 400-meter hurdles. Again, third and final call for the 400-meter hurdles, men's and women. Please make your way to the starting line. Hurdle crew, this is now your time to shine. Please, for the women's race, move the hurdles to the green lines and move them all the way down. Again, for the women's 400-meter hurdles, please place the hurdles on the green lines and push them all the way down. Fans, your results from the women's 800-meter run. In third place, Raiden Norse from Manchester. In second place, Chesney Miller from Manchester. And your winner with a time of 2 minutes, 21.76 seconds, Jocelyn Onstock from Rose-Hulman. And your next event on the track is the women's 400-meter hurdles.
We do welcome you back once again to the Spring Classic here at Rose-Hulman. We wanted to get you updated on the official 800-meter winner, Gavin Byerly, who you just heard Chris talk to moments ago out of Manchester, a 1:53.85. That was nearly a 4-second win over Wyatt Starkey of Rose-Hulman. In fact, Rose-Hulman picked up some big points there. In fact, you had the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place finishers all from Rose-Hulman. So they ended up picking up 14, 19, 23, 26 points in the 800 meter in that competition. So congratulations to Rose-Hulman there. We'll have the women's 400 meter hurdles coming up next. McKenna Bessler will be in lane 3, and Diana Stern will be in lane 6. This will be a battle between Rose-Hulman and St. Mary of the Woods, and this will be a one-heat event. And once we get to the numbers on the women's 400 meter hurdles, we'll jump on to the men's 400 meter hurdles. In events we have remaining on the track, we still have, after the women's 400 meter hurdles, the men's 400 meters, the women's 200 meter, the men's 200 meter, and then we'll get back into the longer distance with the women's 5,000, and the men's 5,000 meter, and finish it out with the 4x400 meter relays on both the women's and the men's side. So we're getting close to wrapping things up on the track side. Field events, still waiting for some of the numbers to come in. They all have not produced any of the official numbers as of yet, but right now nothing on the men's hammer throw, but there was only one participant that was listed from Rose-Hulman. That's Gabe Landon. The women's discus, looks like they've gotten into their 3rd throw now, so we could have a final on that soon. But I don't think at this stage anybody will catch Sydney Duncan. Duncan, in her 2nd throw, went 48 meters. That's 48.08, 157 feet, 9 inches. She is out of the IU Run Club, but right now she's at 48.08. That's an 11-meter lead over Carolina Snyder Perez, who had a 37.09. So it's going to take a heck of a throw. And as you look at the numbers right now, there's nobody even close to Sydney Duncan at this stage. So we are underway now. As we mentioned, with the women's 400 meter hurdles. Right now, St. Mary of the Woods with Morales and Cooley, they have the big lead over Bessler and Stern.
In 3rd place from Rose-Hulman, Brady Soka. In 2nd place from Rose-Hulman, Wyatt Starkey.
So right now at this stage, points will be heading towards St. Mary of the Woods in the women's 400 meter hurdles. Currently at 44 seconds. It looks like it's going to be Evelyn Morales over Teray Cooley. One more to clear. And so St. Mary of the Woods will finish 1 and 2. Looks like a time of 109.52 for Evelyn Morales. Cooley finished at 111.78. Bessler at 113.44. And Stern at 119.27. Next will be the men's 400 meter hurdles. Keep an eye here on Landon Marshall in 5 and Logan Phillips. Logan Phillips from Rose-Hulman in lane 4. But Spencer Cruz not too far behind Landon Marshall in his heat time. Cruz at 59.76. Marshall at 58.01, and then you go to the outside even further with James DeMarco from Rose-Hulman at 59.95. So this is going to be interesting between Cruz, Phillips, Marshall, and DeMarco. The 4 of the 7.
This is the first call for the men's and women's 200-meter dash. Again, first call for the
4 of the 7 will be right there in the middle between lanes 3 and lane 6. Always want to mention again, you can, if you don't want to wait around now, you can check out the final results of the Fighting Engineers Spring Classic later on here on the Rose-Hulman website. Rewatch any of the events we have here as well on RHIT.TV. And it appears to me the jumps are done. I'm going to go back over here real quick to the field events because it looks like to me nobody is currently jumping, so they must be completely done with the triple jumps and the long jumps. Gabe Hernandez, the only one I have seen here listed in the men's long jump. The women's long jump, Coco Truelove of Manchester, edging out Ainsley Coffey at 5:01 to 4:95. That was very close. J.C. Stone at 4:92 and Alex Adams at 4:91. So Manchester picks up some first place points on the women's long jump. No results there on the latest pole vault for the women. Men's pole vault, we mentioned Colton Nanko at a 4.60. That's good enough, again, if you want to convert the numbers over to 15 feet and 1 inch. So here we go as we're underway now in the men's 400 hurdles. Mentioned the 2 guys to watch, or really the 4 guys to watch.
Athletes, this is the second call for the men's and women's 200-meter dash.
Right in the middle, in the second, third,
200-meter dash.
4th lanes. Landon Marshall from Oakland City has a comfortable lead. Looks like that might be Finley Hightower in lane 2. Marshall at 59, so a big win there for Marshall out of Oakland City. Finley Hightower for Rose-Hulman at 102.67. They will finish 1 and 2.
Hurdle crew, please remove the hurdles from the track. Again, hurdle crew, please remove the hurdles from the track. Thank you.
So Marshall wins the points there, a 10-point win again with Marshall finishing under 1 minute. Spencer Cruz, by the way, they show he did not run, neither did Caleb McMullen. So we only had 3 there, and even Logan Phillips and James DeMarco did not run as well. So a few of the guys held back in the 400-meter hurdles. Getting ready for the 200-meter. If everybody does run, it'll be 3 heats in this one. Rose Talbert coming back, doing duty once again. She would be the favorite in the first heat. In fact, would be the favorite overall. Her closest competitor will be Alex Adams in lane 5 in heat 1 of the 200-meter. Rose has a heat time of 24.86, and Alex Adams right there, 25.94. On the outside, perhaps giving them a challenge will be Gianna Blakely out of Manchester at 26.49. And we're going to take a break as we will come back in a couple of moments. This is the Fighting Engineers Spring Classic on RHIT.TV.
When I catch myself becoming curious, I notice my peripheral vision attenuating.
There's definitely a thrill.
Definitely keeps me up at night.
I think I'm somebody who, when I'm curious about something, I take immediate action. I'm immediately, like, running.
Curiosity for me, if I had to describe it in terms of a physical sensation, it would definitely be an itch. Like, I have to scratch that until that sensation is gone.
It is definitely just an itch I can't scratch until I figure out what's going on, figure out what is at the bottom of everything.
What initially drew me in is, as a kid, you're like, hi, yes, up is black at night. So I think that was really appealing to me, knowing that there was some hidden magic behind this veil of darkness. I do really like space. Space is one of my favorite things, just in general, all of space. 10 out of 10.
The kind of brain that thrives is a curious mind.
Curiosity is such an important part of the academic endeavor.
And without curiosity, we wouldn't have the society we have today.
You don't explore the unknown if you're not curious.
The most rewarding things as an instructor is seeing that aha moment in your students' eyes. I live for that. I teach for that.
I mean, you can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
Back once again here at Cook Stadium, the Fighting Engineers Spring Classic on RHIT.TV. By the way, give you an idea of what is still ahead of us. I'm going to jump over here real quick to the track events. We will have the women's 200 meter. Of course, we'll keep an eye on Rose Talbert. And we mentioned the times a little bit ago, and Alex Adams. We still have the men's 200 meter. We have the women's 5,000 meter, but that's going to be at about, in fact, they're going to run that a little bit later. What is going to happen is, just to give you a heads up, we are scheduled to have the senior recognition ceremony at 2:45. Now that's going to take probably about at least according to this list, about 25 minutes. And then we'll have the 5,000 meter run, and then the 4x4 relay, the women and the men. Both of those, by the way, will have one heat each. And so the meet is scheduled to be over by around 4:15. I have still not received, at least from the live scoring, and I'm not sure I will, of some of the events like the men's long jump. Every time I look over there, it does not show a final, so we may have to think that those numbers will be posted later when they get an opportunity to do so. Women's 200 meter. We mentioned Talbert. I believe this is her third sprint event. Her and Alex Adams, two of the favorites in the 200 meter. Talbert at 25:38. Adams at 26:32, so they'll finish 1 and 2. Sophie Minnick of Manchester, 26:60. And those are your top three in the women's 200 meter. We thought coming in that you would see Talbert and Adams again be right up there in the top, and they certainly finished that strong. By the way, Ileana Hernandez finishing in 6th place. And I also want to mention Semakula from Rose-Hulman finishing in the final spot, I believe at number 7. We'll wait for this to come back to us here. And get those final numbers if they do roll back up. But sometimes the computer, it doesn't roll them back over, but looks like Blakely finished in 4th place at 26.89, and J.C. Stone, St. Mary of the Woods, at 26.93. By the way, the women showed 3 heats here. I only have one on my screen at this stage, but the right out, I'm going to jump to this because they are showing the 200-meter dash, the second heat right now. They didn't show it on the screen, but there is, they say, a 3rd heat. So heat number 2, 200-meter dash. Rose-Hulman potentially taking the top 3 spots. Though none of them will get, looks like Jocelyn Carnes Hatfield at 27.66. Kaya Peterson at 28.09. So none of those times will get them into the top 5 of the women's 200 meter. And it looks like there'll be just 2 heats there, and we will jump to the men's 200 meter, and then it will be a short break for the senior recognition ceremony. A lot of times you see teams running their ceremonies earlier in the season instead of later in the season. The 27.66 again finishing outside the top 5. But Stone finished at 5th at 26.93. Ella Schultz at 28.91. Emma Johns at 29.02. And Selena Sosa at 29.04. So Talbert coming up with big points, as did Alex Adams, again in the women's 200 meter. Go to the men's side now. It'll be heat 1. We talked about what you're going to see here. Of course, with Andrew Shields, he was the sprint hurdle athlete of the week from Rose-Hulman. His heat sheet time at 22:20. He and Joseph Vaughn of St. Mary of the Woods and Pace Morel of Rose-Hulman and Nico Torne Sanchez and Miguel Garcia Redondo. This is going to be a fast race in this one. One more heat for the women, as they will surprise me there. They said only 2 at one point, but there are 3 heats. See if anybody can get into the top 5. I don't think those numbers are going to be threatened right here. Looks like a 29.47 by Amari Francis. So those numbers down the sheet a little bit there. None of them are going to qualify into the top spots, not even into the top 6 or even top 7. Looks like Frances, her time, waiting for them to come in as they do and see where they set. In fact, Frances came in at 9th. See if they'll update these a little bit more. They go by updates, and then they keep coming in. But looks like Frances at 29.47 was good enough for 9th.
And your next event on the track is the men's.
So now we'll go to the men's side. But again, if you didn't catch that, Rose Talbert wins it at 25.38. All right, now, Heat 1. If everything stays according to plan on the live stats, we'd mentioned what you're going to see from lane 2, lane 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. This could be very, very close. Even outside with Brandon Bobo, St. Mary of the Woods, and Daniel Taylor, who is in lane 1 at 23.59. This could be very fast. The numbers in the first heat from the seed mark are very good in the middle. And in the outside, they're good, but they're kind of running in heat 2. So this probably will be the fastest of the 3 heats. But Andrew Shields will be the guy to watch in lane 4. We talked about it earlier at the Early Bird Invitational. Shields ended up winning the 400-meter at 48.19. So he was very fast. He was number 2 in the 200 at 22.20. And that is his heat time, and looks like he's going to win this one going away. Andrew Shields. See where they put his official time at 22.19. That beat the 22.20 he had last week. Tornay Sanchez at 22.79. Neuter at 23.52, so his time was a little bit slower than his seed mark. But again, Andrew Shields at 22.19. Second heat of the men's 200. Keep an eye once again right in the middle. It'll be Daniel Robinson at 23.85. He and Bryce Chen of Rose-Hulman. And Quayon Russell of St. Mary of the Woods at 23.96. So you're looking at those 3 guys at 3, 4, and 5 are the 3 favorites here in heat number 2. Question is, can they get into the scoring position, especially the way that first heat was run as fast as we thought it would be, won by Andrew Shields. We mentioned that the senior recognition ceremony will last only about 25 minutes or so, simply because, again, you've got some of these athletes that will be running in the 5,000 meter, not so much in the sprints that we will see toward the end, but you got the relays coming up. And so I want to make sure there's nobody going to have to sit around too long getting ready for the 2 5,000 meter runs and then the 4x4 relays. And according to the information I have, there's just one heat in each of those. And we should be done around 4:15 here this afternoon. And again, as you look ahead to what is coming up, and we'll run down the schedule again for Rose-Hulman.
Fans, if I can have your attention, please. All friends and family participating in the Senior Day recognition ceremony, please report to the football field.
Heat number 2.
And gather near the start from the front.
Going to have a photo finish here. Looks like Bethia of Manchester and Chen in 2 and 3, and Daniel Robinson. Let's see how they're going to score this. Russell at 24:42. So Russell in lane 5 coming on strong. And Boothia Manchester at 24:50. And then Chen at 24:66. Chen not running the better of the races he has had this year at the 23:99 coming in. But, boy, how about the outside with Russell? St. Mary of the Woods. Though he was still a little bit off his time of 23:96 coming in. Here in Heat 3, Rose-Hulman will have Luke Robertson in lane 2. He is probably one of the favorites coming in. Zanzi Lee is also in lane 4 out of Rose-Hulman, so we'll keep an eye on those two. And then we'll have one final heat of the last 3 runners. But they're going to have to run a really, really good race here for any of these guys to get into scoring position of what we saw in the first heat. Talked about it earlier today where it's been a beautiful day with all this sunshine, but a very cool day. Things are going to start warming up here pretty soon. I was talking about the schedule earlier today. When we are done here, we're going to jump to the men's side. They're going to take part on February 6th at the Fairgrounds Invitational. We'll get to more of that coming up in a couple of moments. Third heat right here, and looks like we're going to see Jonathan Johnson winning this one, going away. Robertson and Lee are in the second and third spots in Heat 3. But Jonathan Johnson at 23.78. We'll keep an eye on that, see if that's close enough to get him maybe into the top 5 or 6 once the final numbers are tabulated. But we still have one heat left. Back to the Rose-Hulman men's schedule, they'll be taking part again in the Fairgrounds Invitational. That'll be on February 6th. That takes place in Indianapolis. And then they'll go to the Keck Select on Saturday, February 7th. So they've got a big road trip from Indianapolis to Bloomington, Illinois. And then they'll be at the GVSU Big Meet in Allendale, Michigan. The Heartland Invitational on February 13th, the DePaul Invitational on February 14th, the Indiana State Open on February 21st. So they've got a busy time, or take that back, some busy times coming up with the Pacesetter Invitational very soon. I'm going to mark it down here because you go all the way down. The big one will be the Indiana Little State Championships on April 17th. And then the outdoor HCAC will be April 23rd through the 25th. Now, that, by the way, will be again on hcac.tv. Final heat, a heat of 3. Roberts, Christian, and Miller. Miller out of Oakland City. Roberts and Christian in the 3rd and 4th lanes out of Manchester. And it looks like it's going to be Miller. Though looks like giving chase will be Christian on the inside. Let's see what their final numbers will be on the men's 200-meter. Miller at 24.68. You had Christian at 24.81 and Roberts at 25.70. Actually, Roberts better on his time. His heat sheet coming in at 25.74. So now everything will be tabulated, and then we will take a break for the senior recognition ceremony. You'll get a chance to watch that here on RHIT TV, and then we'll have the women and men's 5,000 meter runs. All right, so Daniel Taylor, 23.56. Let me jump back over here real quick and see if they have the official numbers put up yet on everybody. It looks like they don't have everybody quite timed out yet. So once that comes up, we'll get that to you here in a little bit. I know Andrew Shields looks like he had the best time of anybody at 22:20. With Pace Morella 22:45. Hiram Neuter at 22:56. So you had just three guys sub 23. But Andrew Shields of Rose-Hulman doing it again. So tell you what we'll do. We're going to take a timeout. We'll see if we'll come back. The senior recognition ceremony is coming up. Looks like they are pretty much back on time for that. That is right around the corner. And then we'll follow that up with the 5,000 meter runs, and then the final event of the day, the 4x400 meter relays. All of it coming up right here on RHIT.TV.
When I catch myself becoming curious, I notice my peripheral vision attenuating.
There's definitely a thrill.
Definitely keeps me up at night.
I think I'm somebody who, when I'm curious about something, I take immediate action. I'm immediately like running.
Curiosity for me, if I had to describe it in terms of a physical sensation, it would definitely be an itch. I have to scratch that until that sensation is gone.
It is definitely just an itch I can't scratch until I figure out what's going on, figure out what is at the bottom of everything.
What initially drew me in is, as a kid, you're like, hi, yes, up is black at night. So I think that was really appealing to me, knowing that there was some hidden magic behind this veil of darkness. I do really like space. Space is one of my favorite things, just in general, all of space. 10 out of 10.
The kind of brain that thrives is a curious mind.
Curiosity is such an important part of the academic endeavor.
And without curiosity, we wouldn't have the society we have today.
You don't explore the unknown if you're not curious.
So students that really do have
men's and women's track and field senior day celebration. Our first senior is mechanical engineering major Alex Adams. Alex is being escorted by her parents, Beth and Rick Adams. Alex has recorded 9 first-place finishes at the HCAC Championships, and she ranks first in school history in the indoor 4x200 meter relay and outdoor 4x100 relay. She also ranks second in school history in the indoor 60-meter dash and outdoor 100 and 200 meter dashes. Following graduation, Alex will work as an engineer for Avery Dennison Early Careers Rotational Program. Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Adams. Our next senior is mechanical engineering major Eric Billups, being escorted by his parents, Charles and Tracy Billups. Eric recorded a 6th-place finish in the hammer throw at the HCAC Championships, and he is a member of Lambda Chi Alpha. Following graduation, Eric will pursue a career in materials engineering in the automotive or industrial field. Ladies and gentlemen, Eric Billups. Our next senior is computer engineering major Bryce Chen, being escorted by his parents Chan and Dong Chen. Bryce has recorded 2 third-place finishes between the triple jump and the 4x100 meter relay at the HCAC Championships, and he is a member of the football team and the Fiji fraternity. Following graduation, Bryce will pursue a master's degree in computer engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, Bryce Chen. Our next senior is mechanical engineering major Antoine Cooper, being escorted by his father, Antoine Cooper Sr. Antoine has recorded 2 first-place finishes in the discus at the HCAC Championships, and he placed 21st overall in the discus at the 2025 Outdoor Track and Field National Championships. He holds the school record in the indoor weight throw and ranks 2nd in school history in the outdoor discus. After graduation, he will work in the metallurgy field. Ladies and gentlemen, Antoine Cooper. Our next senior is engineering design major Ryan Diakila. Ryan has recorded 2 4th-place finishes in the javelin throw at the HCAC Championships, and he plans to pursue a career in engineering design after graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Diakila. Our next senior is mechanical engineering major Will Geogin, being escorted by his friends Sean Yamamoto and Grant Dunham and Philip Pounds. Will is a 4-time all-academic team selection, a tour guide, and a member of the Novelette Scholars Program and Alpha Phi Omega. After graduation, he will spend the summer working at Los Alamos National Laboratory under the Los Alamos Dynamics Summer School Program. Ladies and gentlemen, Will Geogin. Our next senior is mechanical engineering major with a minor in robotics, Kevin Grady, being escorted by his mother, Jennifer Grady. At Rose-Hulman, he is a member of the men's cross-country team, Model Railroading Club, Maker Lab, ASME, and Rose Rocketry. After graduation, he will work for Norfolk Southern Railroad in Elkhart, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Grady. Our next senior is chemistry major Declan Grosbeck, being escorted by his girlfriend, Annie Drury. Declan has recorded a 5th-place finish in the triple jump at the HCAC Championships, and he is a member of Alpha Chi Sigma, Pi Kappa Alpha, and Novelette Scholar. After graduation, Declan will pursue a PhD in chemistry at Texas A&M. Ladies and gentlemen, Declan Grosbeck. Our next senior is computer science major James Conness, being escorted by his parents, Brian and Marge Conness. James has recorded 2 first-place finishes in the triple jump at the HCAC Championships, and he ranks 4th in school history in the indoor triple jump. He is a member of the Computer Security Club, and he will pursue a career in computer sciences following graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, James Conness. Our next senior is chemical engineering major Megan Corti, being escorted by her parents, Renee and John Corti. Megan has recorded a 2nd-place finish in the high jump and 3rd-place finish in the triple jump at the HCAC Championships. Following graduation, she will travel to Europe before starting her career at Marathon Petroleum Corporation in Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, Megan Corti. Our next senior is computer science major Alexander Moeller. Alexander has competed in 5 meets this season, and he plans to pursue a career in computer science following graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, Alexander Moeller. Our next senior is computer engineering major Ben Olenek, being escorted by his father Douglas and brother James Olenek. Ben recorded a 7th-place finish in the high jump at last year's HCAC Championships, and he will work at NSA Crane following graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Olenek. Our next senior is mechanical engineering major with a psychology minor, Natalie Olenek, being escorted by her mother, Jeannie Olenek. Natalie has recorded 2 5th-place finishes in the pole vault at the HCAC Championships, and she is a member of the ASME and SWE clubs at Rose-Hulman. Following graduation, Natalie will work as a mechanical engineer for Dilling Group in Indianapolis. Ladies and gentlemen, Natalie Olich. Our next senior is computer science major Ethan Parsons, Ethan recorded a 7th place finish in the high jump at the HCAC Championships, and he plans to pursue a career in computer science after graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, Ethan Parsons. Our next senior is mechanical engineering major Joshua Pohl, being escorted by his parents, Becky and Mike Pohl. Joshua has recorded a first place finish in the 5,000 meter run and 2nd place finish in the 3,000 meter run at the HCAC Championships, and he set the school record in the indoor 5,000 meter run at Grand Valley State this season. He is a member of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and he will pursue a career in the automotive industry following graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, Joshua Pohl. Our next senior is biomedical engineering major Naridwa Semakula, being escorted by her mother, Salome Aceto, her friend Mary Beth Klein, and sister Lulu Semakula. Naridwa has recorded 12 first-place finishes at the HCAC Championships, and she was also awarded the 2023 HCAC Newcomer of the Year. She ranks 1st in school history in the indoor 4x200 meter relay, and 2nd in the indoor 60 meter hurdles, outdoor 100 meter hurdles, and the outdoor 4x100 meter relay. Upon graduation, Naridwa will work at Albert as a systems engineer. Ladies and gentlemen, Naridwa Semakula. Our next senior is optical engineering major with a certificate in quantum science, computing, and engineering, Carolina Snyder-Perez. Being escorted by her parents, Hannah Perez and Jeff Snyder, and fiance, Jay Screen. Carolina has recorded 3 third-place finishes between the discus and shot put at the HCAC Championships, and she ranks 2nd in school history in the outdoor discus throw. Upon graduation, Carolina will travel overseas to work as a rotational programmer for VIVA, while specializing in fiber optic telecommunications. Ladies and gentlemen, Carolina Snyder-Perez. Our next senior is chemical engineering major Brady Soka, being escorted by his parents, Kate and Kevin Soka. Brady has recorded 2 top 3 finishes at the HCAC Championships, placing 2nd in the 4x400 meter relay and 3rd in the 800 meter run. He is a member of the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, and he will work at Madison Chemical after graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, Brady Soka. Our next senior is mechanical engineering major DIII, being escorted by her parents, Darlene and Jim Stern. Diana recorded a 5th place finish in the distance medley at the HCAC Championships, and she is also a member of the Rose-Hulman women's cross-country team. Following graduation, Diana will pursue a career in the field of mechanical engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, Diana Stern. Our next senior is mechanical engineering major Jeremiah Sweeney, being escorted by his parents, Johnny and Michelle Sweeney. Jeremiah is a member of the Dean's List, Delta Sigma Phi, and the Ski and Snowboard Club. Following graduation, he will work for Milwaukee Tool in the Operations Rotation Program. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremiah Sweeney. Our next senior is electrical engineering major Rebecca Testa, being escorted by her parents, Jerry and Mark Testa. Rebecca has recorded a 3rd place finish in the 3,000 meter run and 4th place finish in the 10K at the HCAC Championships. She is a member of the New Student Orientation, Eta Kappa Nu, ECE Professional Society, and the Noblet Scholars Program. After graduation, Rebecca will work as an RF validation engineer at Texas Instruments in Dallas, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, Rebecca Testa. Our next senior is civil engineering major Amelia Thiemann, being escorted by her parents, Brian Thiemann and Lupito Trujillo Thiemann. Amelia has recorded 2 third place finishes in the pole vault at the HCAC Championships, and she is a member of the volleyball club, Greek Life, and Tau Beta Pi. After graduation, she will pursue a master's degree in civil engineering from Virginia Tech. Ladies and gentlemen, Amelia Thiemann. Our next senior is mechanical engineering major with a computer science minor, Colin Welsh, being escorted by his parents, Steve Welsh and Kyle Keller, stepfather, Bobby Keller, and sister, Julia Welsh. Colin recorded a first-place finish in the pole vault at the HCAC Championships, and he will work at Bassett Industries in Pottstown, Pennsylvania, following graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, Colin Welsh. Our next senior is mechanical engineering major, William Whittles, being escorted by his teammate, Jack Oker. William is a member of Sigma Nu fraternity, and he will begin his full-time job in mechanical engineering in Indianapolis following graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, William Whittles. Our final senior is mechanical engineering major Toby Zhao, being escorted by his teammate Joseph Jansen. Toby is a four-time all-academic team selection and is also a member of Alpha Phi Omega at Rose-Hulman. Following graduation, Toby will pursue a career in product design and manufacturing. Ladies and gentlemen, Toby Zhao. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for our Rose-Hulman men's and women's track and field seniors. Parents and athletes, please gather on the elephant for a team photo. Congratulations once again to our Rose-Hulman track and field seniors. Athletes, today's meet will resume with the men's and women's 5,000 meter run. This is the first call for the men's and women's 5,000 meter run.
When I catch myself becoming curious, I notice my peripheral vision attenuating.
There's definitely a thrill.
definitely keeps me up at night.
I think I'm somebody who, when I'm curious about something, I take immediate action. I'm immediately like running.
Curiosity for me, if I had to describe it in terms of a physical sensation, it would definitely be an itch. I have to scratch that until that sensation is gone.
It is definitely just an itch I can't scratch until I figure out what's going on, figure out what is at the bottom of everything.
What initially drew me in is, as a kid, you're like, hi, yes, up is black at night. So I think that was really appealing to me, knowing that there was some hidden magic behind this veil of darkness. I do really like space. Space is one of my favorite things, just in general, all of space. 10 out of 10.
The kind of brain that thrives is a curious mind.
Curiosity is such an important part of the academic endeavor.
And without curiosity, we wouldn't have the society we have today.
You don't explore the unknown if you're not curious.
So students that really do have that curiosity, we love to get them into the lab, out of the regular classroom, because a lot of our students are tinkerers. They come in, they want to tinker, they want to play around with things, take things apart, and figure out how they work.
Right. Someone who understands, because I'm teaching robotics this quarter, that I'm never going to just give you the answer. I will give you the goal, I will give you hints, and I will give you breadcrumbs. But if you get there yourself, you learn something. College, most importantly, teaches you how to learn.
And that is one of the most rewarding things as an instructor, is seeing that aha moment in your students' eyes. I live for that. I teach for that.
I mean, you can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
A lot of times when you come to Rose, students will say the work is hard. And it is.
There's rumors about the difficulties of Rose-Hulman. I would say they're on par for the most part.
But 9 times out of 10, at the end, the student's going to end with that statement, but it's worth it, or I really enjoy it. And I think that's really the key part. Like, if you really like doing something, it's going to be a lot of work.
So the commonality is just the love for science and math.
Mathematics is really the basis of all science and engineering. It's the language that we use.
We need to make sure that they have that backbone in order to succeed as future scientists and engineers.
We collaborate as faculty, and they see how one class starts to impact another class.
Math, science, technology, how intertwined they are.
Our students are very driven in everything that they're doing.
Is that opportunity to be pushed, because we do push the student to see what it is that you're actually capable of. We're not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. I think that matters.
Our job is to create a safe place to fail. That would be terrifying if you did that alone.
That results in students that are ready to walk out of the door and into their place of work, ready to be a productive contributor.
So our professors all know us by name.
It was refreshing to know that I would have a relationship with my professors.
And I think that's key. Because of the very low class size here, it gives me, the instructor, an opportunity to actually be engaged with the student.
We know who's struggling, we know who's doing well, we know who's getting it.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
The faculty are there for you.
All of our students are advised 100% by faculty.
Your professors already know you. Even if you haven't met them, chances are your professors have talked about you to other professors.
And we do all of our classes in 10 weeks.
Very fast-paced.
So as difficult as the courses might be, as rigorous
and difficult
as it might feel for those 10 weeks, you know that everyone here has your back
I think the big thing that I want people to always know when I talk about Rose-Hulman is we, the faculty, are here at Rose-Hulman because we love teaching. That is the reason we are here, and I think that sets us apart from all other institutions.
Fans, your current event on the track is the women's 5,000 meter run.
Back once again here at Cook Stadium for the Fighting Engineers Spring Classic. Great to have you with us as we begin to close things out. We are down to our final two events. And let me go ahead and run over here real quick simply because we're down to two of the longer events. The women's 5,000 meters. It is one heat. And as you see, there are 13 runners that are taking part in this final women's event other than the 4x400 meter, I should say, relays, and that'll be the last one they will have on the women's side. I'm going to jump over here, too. I know it seems like I'm jumping back and forth on a couple of these things, but some of the stuff we have is on our paper and some is on the computer as well. We want to jump over here. Women's 500 meter. Looks like the best time, the seed time coming in, is at 18:58.90, which is owned by Quinlan Teague of St. Mary's of the Woods. And then Cadence Fox of Manchester is at 19:23.86, with Rebecca Testa of Rose-Hulman at 19:43.39. So we'll keep you updated. There are 11 laps to go in this one. Generally, it's going to take approximately 18 to 21 minutes to complete the 5,000 meters. So it's going to be a little bit of time. So while we're watching this, we're going to get you updated on some of the events we've had done today, and want to let you know that the women's 300-meter steeplechase was won by Summer Kite of Rose-Hulman at 13:24.12. The men's 3,000-meter steeplechase was won by Sawyer Richter of Rose-Hulman at 10:14.53. The men's 4x100 meter relay was won by Rose-Hulman. That was a 44:51 time. They edged out Manchester, who finished at 45:13. The women's 400 4x100 meter relay was won by Manchester. They edged out Rose-Hulman. Manchester at 50.31. Rose-Hulman at 51.72. Now, there were more than one team in there for Manchester, but again, those are your top two on the women's side. The women's 1,500 meter was won by Gwen Garman, St. Mary of the Woods. In fact, they took the top two spots. Gwen Garman at 5:27.87, and Brooke Mace, who got by Brooklyn Couch just at the very end, but Mace finished at 5:36.10. Crouch of Rose-Hulman at 5:36.73. The men's 1,500 meter went to Ian Law The Run Club at IU, 4:06.89. He got by Brendan Oden of Manchester at 4:08.86. Chase Collins of Rose-Hulman finished third at 4:09.79. The women's 100-meter hurdles. Yeah, as soon as the official number comes up here, we'll get to it. Let's go to the men first. The men's 110-meter hurdles, William Fleck, and he ran a 15:46 from Rose-Hulman. Logan Phillips finished second at 15:65, and then Chris Renee finished third. He is a runner out of Manchester at 16:26. Back to the women's 100-meter hurdles. It was Narendra Semakula, and she's out of Rose-Hulman at 16:78. Tara Cooley of St. Mary of the Woods finished at 16:49. The only two that finished a sub-17 100-meter hurdles. Now to the women's 400 meters. Rose Talbert ran a heck of a race. Talbert, Rose-Hulman at 57:26. The next top finisher was Jocelyn Young at St. Mary of the Woods at 102.43, and she just edged out the number 3 runner, which was Diana Brito Hernandez, and Hernandez finished at 102.67. On to the men's 400 meter was Kenneth Redd of Manchester at 49.07, the only runner under the 50-second mark, with Miguel Garcia Renando finishing at 51.63. On the women's 100 meter, Alex Adams of Rose-Hulman at 12.54, knocking off J.C. Stone at second. St. Mary of the Woods at 12.90. The men's 100 meter won by Nico Torne Sanchez of Oakland City at 11.13. Gentry Oliver Manchester finished at 11.18, and then Pace Morel of Rose-Hulman at 11.37. On the women's 800 meters, Jocelyn Onstad of Rose-Hulman wins that race at 2:21.76, edging out Chesney Miller of Manchester 2:23.06. The men's 800 meter went to Gavin Byerly of Manchester at 1:53.85. Wyatt Starkey of Rose-Hulman at 1:57.51, just getting by Brady Soka of Rose-Hulman at 1:57.61. For the women's 400-meter hurdles, Evelyn Morales of St. Mary of the Woods, they finished 1 and 2. Morales at 1:09.52. Tara Cooley of St. Mary of the Woods at 1:11.78, with McKenna Bessler of Rose-Hulman finishing third at 1:13.44. Men's 400-meter hurdles went to Landon Marshall, the only sub-5, or I should say the only sub-1 minute. Landon Marshall at 59. Finley Hightower at 1:02.67, and then those are your top two finishers in the 400-meter hurdles. In the women's 200-meter, your winner was Rose Talbert once again from Rose-Hulman at 25:38. Alex Adams finished second at 26:32. And then the men's 200 went to Andrew Shields, a 22:19. Andrew out of Rose-Hulman finishing first. Nico Torne Sanchez of Oakland City at 22:79. So those are how things looked on the track. We're in the women's 5,000 meters. And right now they're 8 minutes into the race here. And they will keep us updated on how this will go. We still have the men's 5,000 meters, followed by the women's 4x400 meter relay, and then the men's 4x400 meter relay as well. So all of that is still coming up here on RHIT.TV. I wanted to go to and see if we have any other numbers on some of the field events, and I don't think we're going to get many. It doesn't look like they are updated as we speak right now. I can tell you, though, if you are on the RHIT website, They did update the men's shot put. We talked about this earlier, that Jeremiah Smith of St. Mary of the Woods had perhaps the best day when you think about his numbers in the shot put throws. When he started the day, he fouled. And then after that, he went 15.2. He went 15.44. He went 15.74, 16.08. And then, of course, his last one is at 15.56. But he ended up winning the men's shot put by almost a full meter over Evan Gaylor of the IU Run Club, who finished at 15.20. So it was a heck of a day for Jeremiah Smith after scratching in his first throw of the day. I'm trying to check and see if we have any other numbers. I mentioned Colton Nanko ends up winning the men's pole vault at 3.75. The women's high jump looks like it was won by Audrey Edwards at 1.43. Men's high jump won by Benjamin Olnick of Rose-Hulman, and he went at 1.83. He and Joe Jansen, also of Rose-Hulman, both at 1.83, so they tied officially there, but I believe they gave number one, though, to Benjamin Olnick. Women's triple jump, Abigail Drum at 10.12 meters ends up edging out Ainsley Coffey, a teammate of Rose-Hulman, at 10.09. And Narendra Semakula, who ran several different events today, finished in third at 10 meters even. So all three score points today in the women's triple jump. I'm going to jump over here if I can, see if we did get the high jump. We got the pole vault. I want to get through all these just to make sure I didn't miss anything. The men's long jump, nothing yet. We still had Gabe Hernandez. Maybe he's the only one that jumped today, but he had a 3.46. Women's javelin throw won by Callie Riggle at 34.48. The men's javelin throw by Shane Hagan of Manchester. He ended up having a good day. In fact, his numbers got better throughout the day, but he finished in his fourth throw at 49.31. That's 161 feet and 9 inches. The men's discus, no update on that. The women's discus won by Sydney Duncan of the IU Run Club, 48.97. She dominated by 11 meters over Carolina Snyder Perez of Rose-Hulman at 37.10. So big day for Sydney Duncan there. The women's hammer throw, now they have listed as Mia Bustos of the IU Run Club, but they didn't put a number down from what I can tell there, so no update there. And the men's hammer throw, did they give us an update there? Wyatt Dickey, the only one listed at 36.66. On that side, and see if they put anybody else. Gabe Wedmore of the IU Run Club at 54.82. But they only have them listed as one throw on the men's hammer throw. So that's about the update we have right now. As we mentioned, we are now down to the final couple of events here today. And right now, running the women's 5,000 meter. And they still have 5 laps to go. This is, again, a very grueling race. We had a 10,000 men's earlier. There are only 2 participants in that event. But the women's, with the 10 that we have here running, actually 13 that we have running here, they are going through their paces. And, again, still have now 4 to go before this one is complete. We'll take a quick time out, and we will come back. When we do, we'll let you watch some more of the women's 5,000 meter, and then hopefully we'll have some final results in about the next 4 laps right here on RHIT.TV.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org.
Back once again here at Rose-Hulman. It is the final lap, and the bell lap coming up now for the women's 5,000 meter. And then we'll get you updated on the official numbers when they are done. And then we'll have the men's 5,000 meter as well. We'll pretty much just let you watch that race when it comes about. Again, you're at least at this stage, when you're thinking about the times, the women's, if you can get around, if you could get to 17 and a half in that area, you're probably doing really well. Most of the seed numbers coming in have been at around 19. And so from an NCAA standpoint, some of the numbers will have to be cut down. On the men's side, we're going to have a couple of runners that we're talking about in the 15 range, and so they will be clicking at about the right pace at a Division III level. But now, again, we're to the bell lap, and then they'll start having runners cross the finish line, and then on the live scoring, we'll kind of have to wait and see. But right now we're at 18:37. Quinlan Teague at 18:58.90. For St. Mary of the Woods was her seed time coming in. But again, those numbers will start coming in. So Teague ran better than she did her seed time at 18:44.84. So she is the winner of the women's 5,000 meter. Cadence Fox, who was the number 2 seed coming in, also ran a better time. Her seed time was at 19:23.86. She finishes at 18:49.18. So she has cut down on her numbers. So the two favorites have, again, finished 1 and 2 here in the women's 5,000 meters. And now we wait and see, and they are very spread out from number 1 down to number 13. So we're going to kind of have to wait and see as they come across. In fact, you look at Rebecca Testa, Addison Stirk, two that are close to finishing here. Caitlin Wong, also of the Run Club at IU, is now close to finishing. So those numbers will be crossing here very soon. And then we'll have the update for you as well. Men's 5,000 meter will begin when we're done here. And then we'll have the women's 4x400 meter relay, the men's 4x400 meter relay, and then that will finish out the Spring Classic here at Rose-Hulman. By the way, Addison Stirk at 19:55.26. Stirk is finished under her time of her seed time at 19:57.22. Caitlin Wong at 20:20.99. Wong a little bit off her mark coming in. Rebecca Testa, who was number 3 on the list from Rose-Hulman at 19:43, finishing today at 20:30.58. So again, her numbers are a little bit off the mark today, but again, Quinlan Teague will win the women's 5,000 meters here at the Spring Classic. And now we will wait for the rest of the runners to make their way across the finish line. It appears to me there is just one to the very far side of the track, almost to the halfway point now. And that'll finish this race as well. Again, those numbers continue to come in. Chloe Garcia, 21:17.05. We mentioned Cadence Fox at 18:49.18. Juliana Carragher out of Rose-Hulman finishing as well, just crossing the line a little bit ago, and we'll get her numbers as they come in. Don't want to jump too far ahead because, again, sometimes the numbers change, but it looks like Carragher at 21:32.26. And again, with the live scoring, it'll continue to go back and forth. Addison Ebert from Manchester, 20:28.33. Heaven Smith, 21:46.35. And again, I believe we have one runner left, and the men will line up and get ready to run here as well in the men's 5,000 meter. I'm always curious how many of the runners, like in the women's 5,000 meter, maybe have not run it. I remember one time when I was running track and field, all of a sudden my coach asked me if I wanted to run like the 800, and it wasn't that long of a race, but I'd never run at 800, and it kind of filled in to try to get some points. Well, that didn't work. Not running it and training for it, it doesn't really work all that well. But I would imagine for some of the runners here today, they have not maybe trained for what they're doing. They want to kind of see where they might sit in the overall scheme of things. But for Teague winning it today, only 3 runners sub 20. Coming in, there were 4 with a seed time sub 20. And then you had 2 just over 20. So not a race today that was really memorable for many of the runners. But still, nonetheless, they get the times in today. But Teague really did have a pretty good day, as did Cadence Fox. So there you have it. The numbers are starting to continue to roll in. We only have, well, I think maybe, 1-2 runners left to cross the finish line. And all of the student athletes will, again, enjoy the day off tomorrow, and most will get back to work potentially Monday, Tuesday to get ready for next week, because the month of April will be a very busy month in track and field, not at just the Division III level, but Division I and Division II. As a strong finish right here by Maddie Wicker. Wicker's pace picking up on the final lap here. And that will be the final runner across at 24:38.57. Maddie Wicker from Rose-Hulman. So those numbers are now in the books. And we'll look ahead to the men's 5,000 meter. And right now, the favorite would have to be Julian Hipp, the run club at IU. He has a heat time of 15:40, a little bit better than Zayden Jensen from Rose-Hulman at 15:55. And right now, they're the only 2 runners coming in with a heat time under the 16-minute mark. So, again, they would have to be the favorites here today. There will be 9 runners that will take part. And I believe IU Run Club has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 9. Rose-Hulman, they have 1, 2, 3. So really you're talking about this race dominated participation-wise by the Run Club at IU and Rose-Hulman, with just 1 runner coming from Oakland City. So those runners are lined up, and they are ready to go. And as we said, you're looking at probably just under 16 minutes for the finish time winner of this one. But keep an eye on Julian Hipp and Zayden Johnson. They are going to be 1 and 2, the 2 guys to beat, and they'll start out in lanes 1 and 2 on the start, and then everything will go from there. So once they get started, we'll step aside for a little bit, let you watch the action as the runners will get underway here in a little bit, and then we'll be setting things up for the women's 4x400 meter relay, and that'll be a fast one, as will the men, and then we'll close things out here at the spring invite here at Rose-Hulman. It is a senior day, too. As we mentioned, we had a chance to bring you the senior day festivities and all of the seniors that will be graduating this year, and most of them, again, going on either to graduate school or getting jobs. And so we are underway in the men's 5,000 meter. We'll keep you updated. We'll be back in a couple of moments with more here on RHIT.TV.
What's your school, St. Mary of the Woods? Yes. All right, we are down here with Quinlan Teague, who won the 5,000 on the women's side. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you feel like that race went?
I feel like it was a good race. It was my PR, so best race I've ever ran, and I felt really strong throughout.
Did you learn at the end that it was your PR, or did you feel like the whole way you had it?
I kind of knew going into the last lap, but for most of the race, I thought it would just be like any old time.
You finished a race that long. What does it feel like afterwards?
It feels a little rough, but you feel accomplished, especially with the PR.
What's the recovery the next day or two?
I'm going to do a longer cool down today just to kind of get some of the lactic acid out of my muscles, and then tomorrow I'll probably run like 2 or 3 miles just to stay moving.
This is your senior year. What do you hope for the rest of your season?
Hopefully to keep improving. I haven't run the 10K yet, which is kind of my main event, so hopefully get another PR in there before I graduate.
Well, congratulations and good luck for the rest of your season.
Thank you.
Fans, your results from the men's javelin throw competition. In third place from Oakland City, Kendall Raymond. In second place from St. Mary of the Woods, Eli Cox. And in first place with a mark of 49.31 meters from Manchester, Shane Hagan. Fans, the results from the men's long jump competition. In third place from Rose-Hulman, James Connors. In second place from Manchester, Gentry Oliver. And your winner from Manchester with a mark of 6.36 meters, Mo Williams. Fans, results from the women's javelin throw. In third place from Manchester, Maddie Reese. In second place from Rose-Hulman, Megan Cordy. And in first place from St. Mary of the Woods with a mark of 34.48 meters, Callie Rignall. Fans, I also have the results from the men's triple jump competition. In third place from St. Mary of the Woods, Abbott Church. In second place from Rose-Hulman, Jeremiah Sweeney. And in first place with a mark of 12.75 meters from Rose-Hulman, Bryce Chen. Also, the results from the men's shot put competition. In third place from Rose-Hulman, Antoine Cooper. And second place from Indiana Kokomo, Evan Gaylor. And in first place from St. Mary of the Woods with a mark of 16.08 meters, from St. Mary of the Woods, Jeremiah Smith. Fans results from the women's 5,000 meter run. In third place from Manchester, Addison Sturk. In second place from Manchester, Candace Fox. And your winner from St. Mary of the Woods with a time of 18 minutes and 44.84 seconds, Quinlan Teague.
Welcome you back once again to Terre Haute as Rose-Hulman beginning to wind down their spring invite. And we're in the 5,000 meter run. We're down to the final lap. And then we'll have the numbers for you in a couple of moments. It looks like it is coming down to 2. And it looks like it is Julian Hipp, Zayden Jensen, and looks like Jensen is going to get the win here as the freshman making his way to the finish line, and that's a big win there for Jensen and Rose-Hulman, as Hipp will finish in second place, and then we'll get you updated as they cross the finish line in the men's 5,000 meters. So congratulations to Zayden Jensen for winning the men's 5,000 meter. He was second in the seed time, coming in not by much behind Julian Hipp. He had quite a kick down the backstretch to pick up the win here today. So congratulations again to Zayden Jensen. I want to see if I can find the numbers for you on what we're looking at team-wise. Rose-Hulman On the men's side, 152 points. They'll up that with the win now. With Jensen's win, Manchester second at 110, Oakland City 83, St. Mary of the Woods at 50, and the Run Club at IU 29. Indiana Kokomo has also been participating today with 8 points. So that is again on the men's side. Rose-Hulman in a close one with Manchester on the women's side, so it may come down to that final event in a few moments. With Rose-Hulman 167, Manchester 149, St. Mary of the Woods at 116. Those are your top three on the women's side in the team scoring. But we are just about ready to finish this one up, and again, as they continue to come across the finishing time, we'll again get you updated. Just wait for everything to kind of flow through on the final numbers here. And we have the two last runners that will be crossing the finish line, and then we'll give you the numbers as well here in just a couple of moments. We still have the women's 4x400 meter relay. And it looks like to me there are just going to be two teams involved in that, St. Mary of the Woods and Oakland City. And then the men's 400 meter relay, there will be two squads from Rose-Hulman. Then you'll have Oakland City and the Run Club at IU. So Manchester is not going to be participating, at least from what we can tell, in these last two events. But I'm going to check this sheet as well. The
4x400 meter relay team.
See here, the women's, it will be Oakland City, St. Mary of the Woods. And before we do anything else, let's go down to Chris.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Andrew Hamamoto, the winner of the men's 5,000s. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
How did that feel?
Hard. But first 2 miles, I was cruising through, and then I pushed the last mile. And so, yeah.
You were in second for much of the way. How did you find that last kick in you?
Well, I have like a bunch of teammates over there that's like yelling my name out, and like it's like kind of lame to lose after all your teammates are cheering you on. So I had to do it for the team. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. I heard you're a freshman. Is that true?
Yeah.
So did you expect to win?
No, I wasn't really expecting much going into it. Yeah.
Well, that's a good day then. Congratulations and good luck in the rest of your career.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
All right, correct myself. Andrew Hamamoto gets the win here today. It was Julian Hipp in second, but Hamamoto at 15:47.98 with the win, so he picks up 10 points again for Rose-Hulman, and Hipp again at 15:49.64. So those are your top two finishers in the men's 5,000 meters. So now we are down to the second to last event. That'll be the women's 4x400 meters. And right now, the St. Mary of the Woods seed time at 4:04.36. Oakland City at 4:21.69. So about 17 seconds separating these two teams coming in. And once they get things set up, we'll be ready to go, and then the men's will finish it out. As we said, the men's will not feature Manchester, but it will have Oakland City, two Rose-Hulman teams, and the Run Club at IU. In the women's side, it looks like, at least from what we can tell, with Manchester not participating, or with Rose-Hulman not having a team in the women's 4x400 meter relay, Rose-Hulman will end up winning the women's side, and Rose-Hulman will win the men's side as well. So all of that will be pretty much settled, and has been settled since teams are not participating in both of these final two events here today.
Fans, your results from the men's 5,000 meter run. In third place, from the IU Running Club, Paul Cormany, In second place from the IU Running Club, Julian Hip, and your winner from Rose-Hulman with a time of 15
And here's
minutes,
the announcement of
47.98
Andrew
seconds.
Hamamoto. We had been
Hamamoto.
corrected with Zayden Johnson. Did not run, though he was scheduled to run. He was in the heat sheet coming in with the top seed time, but we were informed again after the race, which is a little bit late, but again, Jensen did not participate in the men's 5,000 meters. So there's only 8 runners there. But again, Jensen, I'm sure, will be back and running very, very soon. So now we await the women's 4x400 meters. St. Mary of the Woods and Oakland City. And once they get all lined up and ready to go, we'll be ready to go here as well. And in fact, I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We'll have that race coming up next here on RHIT.TV.
Hi, I'm Rob Kuntz, president of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. Rose-Hulman is consistently recognized nationally as an elite STEM college. We've been ranked #1 in the U.S. News & World Report for undergraduate engineering for 25 straight years, and are number 17 in the Wall Street Journal's list of America's best colleges. Rose-Hulman was also recently named by Forbes as one of America's best small employers. Founded in 1874, our scenic campus is home to more than 2,200 students with a passion for STEM and learning. Our exceptional community of faculty and staff help us deliver on our mission to provide Rose-Hulman students with the world's best undergraduate STEM education in an environment of individual attention and support. Here, we celebrate the successes of our entire community in an inclusive, supportive, and flexible environment. Our serene and safe campus is located in Terre Haute, Indiana, a vibrant community on the banks of the Wabash River, with several major cities only a short drive away. I hope you explore more about Rose-Hulman and what makes it such a special place where our entire community thrives. Thank you.
Back once again here at Rose-Hulman, as we mentioned, the women's 4x400 meter relay. Only 2 teams involved, St. Mary of the Woods and Oakland City. And St. Mary of the Woods, it appears, out in the lead early in this one. We mentioned the seed time at 4:04:36 for St. Mary of the Woods, 4:21:69 for Oakland City. Evelyn Morales is in the lead early. Esther Vasquez now running a distant second. And now it'll be Tara Cooley. And then Nicole Corer will go for Oakland City in the second leg. Now this is a huge lead. And appears to be getting a little bit larger as Cooley falling behind. It'll be Chloe Field on the third leg for St. Mary of the Woods. Oakland City will come with Alicia McGee. But right now, you don't have to really bust too much with a huge lead here in the second leg. You see coming now, Nicole Korer. And so St. Mary of the Woods will leave it up to Chloe Field here as you get a closer look. Well, there's a long way to make up on this one. Pretty much on target now. We mentioned the seed time at 4:04:36 coming in. You're at 2:40 now. But you probably have about a 80-yard lead as we will be coming up on the final lap. Jocelyn Young and Diana Brito Hernandez will be the final two runners. As Chloe Field just in front of our broadcast area, heading now to the finish line, and then there'll be one to go. Here the bell lap. So the time now at 3:40. It probably will not match the 4:04:36, but depending on the backstretch time by Jocelyn Young, we'll see if she can make up a little bit of time here. By the way, she'll be going into the wind, though it is a very light breeze here today. The men's 4x400 will feature, again, 4 teams. That could be very, very interesting. Rose-Hulman will have 2 teams in. As you see the first runner ready to cross the finish line. And it's not going to meet the time of the 4:04:36, but at 4:25:08. For St. Mary of the Woods, Oakland City, see if they can improve on their time. But their seed time was at 4:21:69. They're not going to get close to that. In fact, they will cross. There's 4:51. See, and they'll go 4:48:39. So both teams not benefiting. I think they would have been. It would have been a better day for both relay teams if there were more in it, but that is not the case, and so it will be won by St. Mary of the Woods at a 4:25:08. Now for the men's side, the seed times coming in: Oakland City at 3:31:14, Rose-Hulman A at 3:23:55, Rose-Hulman B at 3:23:55, and the Run Club at IU at 3:45 even. We will be heading down to Chris in a couple of moments and get perhaps one of, if not the final interview. Let's go back down to Chris.
Yeah, I'm here with Evelyn Morales, who was the first runner on the winning team there in the 4x4. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Who's cheering for you over there?
This is Jocelyn Young. She is a sophomore at St. Mary of the Woods, and she's also she's our anchor for our team. She's one of our star runners, a hurdler. So
obviously you only had, one competitor out there, but how did you feel like the race went?
Well, it's towards the end of a meet, and as things are kind of winding down, we were just trying to, as fast as you run it, the sooner it'll be over. So we were really just trying to, we had a teammate who wasn't able to run today, and so we had somebody step up for us today. Her name is Gwen, and she's a distance runner actually, but she really stepped up and did what she had to do to get the job done. That was kind of the goal for today, so just going for time.
Were you going in the same spot as you usually are?
Yes, so usually I lead off, but in the past I have anchored for our team as well. So
how do you feel like today's event has gone as a whole for your group?
I think as far as today with weather and conditions, A lot of our athletes haven't gotten relatively the same times, but I think we've had a lot of consistency, which is going to go really well
Fans, your results from the women's pole vault
the rest of
competition.
the
In third
season.
place
That's
from
our hope.
Rose-Hulman, Amelia Thiemann.
Well, congrats on the win in
second place
that
from
one, and
Rose-Hulman,
good luck the rest of the
Abigail
season.
Thank you. I
And
appreciate
your
you.
winner from
Well, as
Rose-Hulman.
Chris had mentioned, what she was talking about was the consistency for the rest of the year. Improvement, but consistency as well. We are in the final. Looks like we are only going to have 3 teams running here. I don't think the Run Club at IU, they must have pulled out. So only 3 teams will be running this relay. Well, I'll take that back because the Run Club at IU is there. It looks like Rose-Hulman is there and Oakland City. So maybe just one team for Rose-Hulman is running here in the final meet, final race of the meet today, the 4x400 meter relay. So one team for Rose-Hulman is out. Sometimes you get a late scratch, and then you just kind of go from there. So right now it is all Rose-Hulman as they've taken a big lead over the Run Club at IU. Second runner for Rose, if it is the A team, will be Spencer Cruz. Then Finley Hightower and Emery Gannay. It's a good time here. We mentioned that the Rose-Hulman at 3:23.55, and they may be ahead of that number. Running the anchor for Rose-Hulman will be Emery Gannay, as we mentioned. Now a little bit of a push here by Oakland City on the IU Run Clubs. They're going to try to make it relatively close for second and third. Third runner here for Rose-Hulman is Finley Hightower, and he has a very comfortable lead. Right now, there's no mystery in this one. If Rose-Hulman continues to run this way, it'll just be a battle for second and third as the IU Run Club is watching their second place lead start to dwindle.
Clearing a height of 4.60 meters from
Landon Marshall starting to catch up with Jack De Beers. So now we are at the final lap. IU Run Club has now fallen into third, so a good effort by Oakland City, and now the anchor. 2:52 at this point. This is going to be very, very close here for Rose-Hulman. See if they can beat their seed time at 3:23.55. Oh boy, Oakland City coming on strong, and now they have a good lead at second. Final runner for Oakland City is Redondo Miguel Garcia. And as you see, Rose-Hulman, Andrew Shields finishing as he will cross the finish line. An easy win for Rose-Hulman in the 4x400 meter relay. They finished 3:28.61, a little bit behind their mark. They just missed it a little bit, their seed time, by about 5 seconds, but Oakland City at 3:43.27, and the Run Club at IU at 3:46.68. So there you have it. The spring meet is in the books. A good one for Rose-Hulman today, and a long day for all these competitors. Here they began at around 11 o'clock this morning, and also the workers who put in a big day as well here at Rose-Hulman did a very, very nice job. Rose-Hulman winning both the men's and the women's events here this afternoon, so congratulations to both, and we will see if we can send it down to Chris one last time and see if he can get a word in with the relay team. And the win on the men's side. And want to remind you, if you're looking ahead, let's go to Chris right now.
Yeah, I'm here with Andrew Shields, who was the anchor of the winning 4x4 team. So, host team, you get to run last. How'd that feel?
Being on the anchor is always fun, to bring it home. So, and just having my teammates trust me with that, it's a pretty good feeling.
Do you usually play that role, or did you just get thrown in that today?
No, that's normally the role I play. Like I said, my teammates have some trust for me, so got to deliver it to them.
What else did you compete in today?
I competed in the 200. I got first in that as well, but yeah.
How do you feel like it went as a whole for the Rose-Hulman team today?
I'd say there were a lot of PRs, a lot of good races, so it's always a good thing when those both happen.
Congratulations and good luck the rest of the season.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, Chris, thank you as well. And don't forget, the men and women at Rose-Hulman will take part in the Pace Setter Invitational right here in Terre Haute. They'll be at Indiana State, and again, we'll have more information on that on the Rose-Hulman website, on all the information you're going to need if you'd like to attend, and then they will split things off a little bit over the next couple of weeks in Cincinnati and also in Cleveland, Tennessee. That's going to do it. I want to thank the entire crew. Fantastic job as always, and we want to thank you for joining us here this morning and this afternoon, and we will see you next time right here on RHIT.TV.